we start the meeting, I'm going to stand for a moment of silence followed by a pledge to the flag. If you'd like to join me, please feel free. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call to order tonight's regularly scheduled meeting for May 19, 2026 of the Sumner County School Board. First item on the agenda is roll call. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. All members are present except for Mr. Evans, and he's on his way.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is adoption of the regular agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Hollis. Second? Second. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is adoption of the consent agenda. Motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Second. Second, Ms. Brenning. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is consideration of minutes. Consideration of minutes for the April 7th, 2026 special call meeting. Motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Second, Ms. Brenning. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, consideration of minutes for the April 21st, 2026 regularly scheduled meeting. Motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Thank you, Mr. King. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is recognition and hearing of delegations. First up, we have Miss Jalen Baxter. Mr. Hollis?
You come over here, Jalen. You'll be speaking into this microphone. Tonight, we have Jalen Baxter with us. She is she's just finished her junior year at Merrill Hyde, and she's going to be a senior, phenomenal athlete over there, captain of the soccer team last year, has at least one or two soccer state titles, and I guess you just recently signed to play college soccer. So she's very important athlete over at Merrill Hyde, and someone that a lot of the people look up to. And she started an initiative this last year, and I'm just going to make sure I don't mess it up. But it's about mental health for athletes, and you know how the athletes, a lot of times there's a lot of pressure put on them. There's a lot of extra work they do, and they're juggling these things, and a lot of times that stuff goes unnoticed. So Jalen, on her own free will, went out and she has started a chapter that is national, and she's brought it to Sumner County, and she's the president. I'm gonna let her kind of explain how she came about with this, what it is, and kind of the next steps with it. So Jalen, thank you for coming.
Hi everyone, my name is Jalen Baxter. Thank you guys so much for having me. I play soccer at Merrill Hyde, like Mr. Hollis said, and I'm going to be a senior next year. This will be my second time standing up here, but my first time alone, and I'm talking about something I'm very excited about. I was really excited when Mr. Hollis sent me the schedule, not only because we're getting to recognize other amazing athletes, but because it kind of gave me an idea for something to talk about. So I first began having panic attacks during my soccer games my freshman year. It felt really weak, and I felt less athletic to have to come off the field and fix my breathing, and to admit that I was having a hard time under a hard pressure situation. I used to think the pressure that I felt was something that I just had to accept, and I felt really isolated and unable to voice and express to others what I was experiencing as it was happening. And I found that the lack of advocacy for athletes who endure some of the same pressures as I do is ultimately what drove me to found the project. Because I told myself initially that no one would understand mentally how trying the pressure was, but I was completely wrong. Out of all of our young athletes being recognized tonight, 71% of them will endure a mental struggle within their time with athletics. That could be anxiety, depression, burnout, and even eating disorders. To put it in perspective, if there are 30 athletes here tonight, there's almost 21 of them that have struggled to this point. My goal is to be somebody that other athletes of all kinds can see themselves in, because I'm not afraid to say the words mental health, and I'm not afraid to admit that I've struggled. So with that in mind, I bring Tennessee's first Hidden Opponent chapter at both the high school and collegiate level. The Hidden Opponent is the global leading nonprofit for mental health advocacy, education, and support. As an ambassador and the president of Merrill Heights chapter, I plan to spread my message through an active educational approach. I believe that standing up here in front of my peers and even in front of adults will have a larger impact than any motivational poster ever could. Mental health is not an intangible theoretical subject. I'm talking about the people behind me, the people in front of me, I'm talking about some of your children, and I'm talking about myself. We've been able to establish an officer team, a lot of them are actually here tonight, which is really exciting, to engage our community through events starting this school year. Our goal is to not quantify the amount of events that we can hold or the people that we can reach, but rather how we reach them. We're looking forward to what we can do this school year, and I hope to even see some of you there. If you're interested in following our initiative, we are at @THO_Merrill Hyde on Instagram, and thank you so much for having me.
Mr. Hollis, if you want to go ahead and recognize the tennis team and the girls flag football team.
Do you want to do station camp, right? Which one's next?
Well, station camp's next. You want to?
Yeah.
Okay, you get station camp. All right, gotcha.
And then we'll let
Are you
Nate
doing
go.
it?
All right, so it wasn't too long ago that we stood up here in front of you all and asked for support for local wrestling. Coach Tyler and his crew that have been doing this for the youth and even my son was a wrestler with them, has been doing this for years, and it was non-sanctioned in middle school, and I think it still is non-sanctioned middle school, but at least at station camp, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe now at every high school in Sumner County, they have a wrestling team, and it's the support that you all have given and the freedom to let Coach Tyler and his group do what they need to do to build a program. And I'm not going to steal his thunder because what they've done over there this year is phenomenal. And I'm going to ask Coach Tyler to come up here and bring his coaches if you want. And then we'll bring actually have the wrestlers come on up here too, because they're from multiple different schools. I know there's a couple of Merrill Hyde kids there. Because we partner with Station Camp, and I'd like to have all of them up there because they've done a phenomenal job with several tournaments and All-American and even traveling to Europe. So, Coach, come on up here and update us on your season this year.
Yes. Thank you so much just for the time and the attention. I definitely get excited about this because I truly love the sport of wrestling, mostly due to the fact that it does so much for development outside of just wrestling on a mat. And so it's been amazing to watch all of these young men and some young women develop and grow in more than just a sport. I mean, physically, mentally, and emotionally, it helps to strengthen you in all areas to become a better member of society, and I'm just so passionate about it. With that said, we did start a wrestling program at Station Camp. We just finished our 5th season. Previous to that, though, we started a youth program, Sumner County Wrestling Club, We started that with about 5 kids on a piece of plywood, and it's turned into over 130 kids in our club, serving every single high school in the community. That's the goal. It's not necessarily to serve Station Camp High School, it's to serve every single school to help build wrestling. Help build it because girls wrestling is the fastest growing sport in America, and it's amazing. The only other sport close to that would be girls flag football. So right now I just love seeing that, and we do have a girl coming up into high school who's we're honoring as a 2-time state champ out of the club, and I'm really excited for her as well. With that said though, I know a lot of times we focus on accolades, and that's what we sometimes seem to measure our success by. And if you will, the accolades, what these young men have done in the last just 3 seasons has absolutely blown my mind. It's so humbling to be a part of it. I truly do. I go back and I think and reflect, and just it doesn't seem real. So in 3 years, they've had 3 dual state semifinals appearances, and then they've had 33 state qualifiers, 13 all-state wrestlers, 2 state champions. We've gone on to make 9 national All-Americans around the country, in Virginia, on Virginia Beach, and at Adidas Nationals in Missouri. We've gone on even this last year and collected 14 world medals in London. It was a remarkable experience for our boys at Station Camp High School to be able to represent Team USA. It was only 1 team from the United States representing, and we had 14 of our athletes. And so it was pretty amazing for them to be able to compete against 40 different countries and gain recognition not from the victories, but their ability to stay poised, humble, and kind in even some of the most hostile environments over there. Iran was not happy when one of our 17-year-olds beat one of their 28-year-olds. It wasn't good, but America stayed calm and we just stayed out of the way. So, but it's just been amazing. Like I said, I sit aside these guys, humbled, and I'm just in amazement of what they're doing. And so I think I'm really excited for them and their upcoming season. Just this past year, they took double third. The only team that they'd lost to is Saudi Daisy, who's the reigning back-to-back state champs, and we lost to them by takedown. So they're climbing, and they have most every single guy back this year. I'm so excited for their hard work and everything that they're doing to develop. And I'll leave it with this. Again, like I said, it's more important to what we do off the mat, and that is a stance on our belief system. And our belief system is Camp Bison, which is character, attitude, motivate, patience, believe, influence, service, observant, and never quit. We talk about that, and we take that phrase, that acronym, very serious. And so that's what we live by, and I really do hope to see it continue to expand and grow in the county. I really do. I mean, we have 130 young people that just finished wrestling last season between the rooms around the county. We're trying to spread it out because it's getting so big so fast. And I think one of the biggest things that would help us is to be able to get it and get some of the more of the middle schoolers, getting them involved and helping to build our high schools up. So with that said, I know the team, are we going to have the team come up? Is that what we wanted to do? Boys that came out tonight, if you would come up, and coaches, thank you so much. Again, we do have a big coaching staff, but it's all volunteer. Their willingness to put back into the sport just shows how special it is to them as well. So Nate Graham's leading us up here. Nate Graham started wrestling in 9th grade. He went to state, fell 1 match short of placing. His sophomore year, he took 3rd, and then his junior and senior year, he was a state champion. He won most outstanding wrestler in the entire state of Tennessee at the state tournament, and is now signing a full-ride scholarship to go wrestle in Arkansas. So really, really proud of Nate Graham. Really proud of all these boys. So if you wouldn't mind, please give them a round of applause.
When my son was wrestling, I used to help him, and one time he tried to wrestle me, and I got my first pin on him, so I know he's got 1 loss.
All right, let's all group together a little bit tighter. Squeeze. Squeeze in like you like each other. Everybody squeeze in like we know each other. All right, perfect. Everybody smile.
All right, Merrill Hyde girls tennis and Merrill Hyde boys tennis. Why don't you guys come on up here? And if you could just stand up here, I'll brag on you for a little bit. Zombie, Willow, girls, that includes you too. Come on up, all of you. All right, so I get the extreme honor to spend quite a bit of time bragging on these two teams because the accomplishments that they've done in the last year are endless. Let's start with our Merrill Hyde girls varsity high school tennis team. And I know some of you are actually middle school students as well. So if you're in 8th grade, will you just raise your hand? Okay, so I promised them I'd embarrass them today. So we've got 8th grade through 12th grade. We've got a couple of seniors here. If you're a senior, will you raise your hand? So we've got a couple of girls leaving. So this team has completed their most successful season to date with a record of 18-3. Those 18 wins are a program record. And during this road to their state title this year, the Lady Hawks defeated a 4-time defending state champion from Summertown, Ford Love. Did I get that right? And then they proceeded to beat the perennial powerhouse, Signal Mountain, in the state semifinals 4-3 before blanking again with Lakeland Prep 4-0 in the state champions. So we've got state champions in the house, but it doesn't stop there. This is the first team state title for the girls tennis team. But on top of that, we've got two sisters, Logan and Willow. If you guys want to just step forward so we can see you. Logan and Willow won state doubles by defeating a duo from Summertown, that same school that has actually won the last 6 doubles titles at state. And then Logan has now achieved the career state triple crown, where she has run a state title in all 3 disciplines: singles in 2025, team in 2026, and doubles in 2026. And those are the 3 state titles in Merrill Hyde's history so far. So, I mean, incredible work, you guys. This is just so many achievements this year. The key contingent that competed at the state tournament in Chattanooga this year were Logan Foster, Willow Foster, and then we also have Tally Kellogg. You can wave at us. If I'm going to embarrass the girls, I'm going to embarrass you guys too. Hadley Jones, Ava Autry, Maisie Slaughter, Kate Davio, and Rachel York. And the rest of the squad that contributed throughout the season were Sambi Kumar, Cece Gorio, Catherine Thomas, Rihanna Tuletsky, Mackenzie Taylor Santo, and Ramsey Wamble. So let's give our round of applause to the And then our second year state champions for the boys teams, in 2025 they completed the triple crown again of team state champions, as well as individual single state champions for John Wilkes, and then individual doubles champions for Declan Cleary and Lars Blomqvist. We're not. Okay. And then on Wednesday, the team successfully defended that title to become the 2026 Single A champions again, and also Declan Cleary and Lars Blomqvist won their second consecutive doubles title on Friday. Since 2021, this Merrill Hyde boys tennis team played for a Single A state championship 6 consecutive times, with 5 state champions and 1 runner-up in 2024. In this same run, they have won 3 individual singles titles, 4 individual double titles, with an impressive 12 state championships to date. That's incredible, you guys. Coach Adamson, do you want to introduce your boys?
All right, so we are missing Lars, but we have Declan Cleary, John Wilkes, Everett Blackburn, Kellen Sanders, Kason Adams, Owen Dunkel, and Carson Webb. And the only thing the feather I'll add in this group of boys hats is so our district final match, Hume Fogg came down to our district this year, and they won the AA state championship last year. So both state champions in the same district is kind of interesting, and we knew that they were going to be tough, and that was probably our toughest match all year. Two of our guys pretty comfortable. Two of our other guys ended up winning the matches, but we had some rain involved, so we had to leave on Tuesday and come back on Wednesday. Am I getting those days right? John won his match on Thursday in a third set tiebreak. They go to 10 and you have to win by 2. He won that match 16-14. It saw probably, I think he had at least 3 match points against him. Had one for him, maybe a bad call got him a little bit, but he got through that pretty well. And then Kellen Sanders, he got into a, well, let me back up a second. Kellen struggled just a little bit the day before. He was down, he lost the first set 6-2. He was down 5-2 in the second set. Came storming back to 5-all. And we were really excited. And he had all the momentum, and then the rain started. So we had to stop. And come back the next day, and that's tough because you give a kid a chance to reset. Kellen came out, got 2 games and won that set 7-5, and he won his tiebreak 10-8. And Kellen is an 8th grader, and he was playing a sophomore, so that's a pretty tough deal. But yes, this group of boys, they worked so hard, and they got a really good mindset. And that match there, you know, them being the defending state champions in the sort of bigger district or bigger league, I was just really proud of the way they fought and battled in that. Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys. Any school board members can come join us. You guys gotta squeeze in.
Let's try to make,
Couple of lines.
let's try to make 2 rows. I guess boys in the back, girls in the front. So let's blend.
last recognition, and you get to hear from me again. I know I'm a good public speaker with no accent or anything, so everybody can understand me clearly. This last group that we want to recognize is probably one of the most incredible teams. Let me put this over here so you can see me. Probably one of the most incredible teams I've ever been around, and I've coached a lot of teams and played on a lot of teams. But last year we tried to get a girls flag football team started at Merrill Hyde, and didn't really take traction. And then this year, Coach Jason brought it up again, and Dr. Carell and them trusted us enough to get a team going. And I'm not gonna. I literally could spend hours up here, the memories and the evolution of this team and players. But from the first practice where we toss footballs and they're going all over the place, and it looks like I don't know what it wasn't football, but and then I was just noticing when we made it to the state championship game and we were warming up, there wasn't any balls hitting the ground. There wasn't. Almost over a course of probably 2 to 3 months, these girls, and it just goes to how athletic they are, how smart they are. There was no negativity. They supported each other even when we were down in the play-in round of the state tournament. We didn't do our best, but we kind of rallied together and made some adjustments. And I was thinking on the sidelines, and I could point out every one of them, looking at Maddie and Emberly and Peyton and everybody. I played football in high school, and I would not want these girls in pads playing me in football. They were vicious out there, and I'm so glad they're on our team. But I'd like for Jason to come up and all the flag girls come up here, and I'd like him to say a few words. And I'll say this and I'll end. I was thinking, not to steal Jason's thunder, but there's a couple of plays that stick out. Anytime you make a really good run, and I remember there was one play, is Allie, who was it, Allie? Or it was Emberly against, we were in the semifinals of the region, and we were blowing everybody out. And in the competition, as you play each other, you start learning plays and what they're doing. And I remember they threw it was last play of the game, they threw a bomb, and the girl was wide open at White House Heritage, and Emberly somehow got her finger on it and tipped it, and we won the game. That sticks out in my mind. And then we're playing in the, I think it was the semifinals against Silverdale, and we had to get one first down, and we were going to the championship game, and Melania threw a pass. I don't know who she threw, it might have been Reagan, and it hit and popped straight up in the air, and Peyton came over and caught it and secured the victory for us. And I still get chills thinking about some of the plays and stuff they did. But I'm gonna turn it over to Jason. He's our head coach, and he's also the head coach for the high school girls soccer team, and he's probably got 5 other state titles under his belt. So I was glad to work with him. Glad he trusted me to run some of the offense and defense, and we had a great time. Thanks, brother.
Oh, I was only head coach in name, let's be honest. Greg was the X and O guru with this group, but it was real funny when Greg and I started talking about doing this, and he's like, man, nobody will out-athlete us. He started saying that from day one, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe you're right, Greg. I know what good girls soccer looks like. I had no clue what girls flag looked like. But the girls put in the time, put in the work. Greg was masterful in continuing to work the playbook, make changes to the playbook, adjusting defenses. And, I guess the biggest thing was just teaching them how to catch. Luckily, we had some basketball and volleyball girls, but everybody knows soccer girls can't catch unless you're a keeper like Emma Kate. And it was interesting, but by the end of the season, they were catching balls in stride, over their head, and it just took some repetition and reps. But I'm not going to say they worked hard, because I'm not sure we worked really hard, but they had a lot of fun. I will say that. They had a lot of fun. They learned the game. They did put in the time to perfect the craft, if you will. But it was a great season. It was a monumental season, to come out there and field the team for one, 13 girls come out and we took 13 girls, right? So, but it was a fun season. To make it to the state championship with your first run at it is pretty unheard of. But a lot of those accolades definitely go to the girls, but then they also go to Greg definitely for everything that he did and he put in. So with that, thank you for having us tonight for the recognition.
The team that beat us in the championship game, Merrill Hyde, I looked up, Merrill Hyde has 239 students in the high school. Creekwood has 949 students. And these girls competed and played with them. And then poor Jason and I, there was 2 coaches, and then their staff was like 8. And we were just outmanned, but these girls did it all. They could play with anybody. I take them any day of the week. And I'll throw one last stat for Melania. I'll brag on her just a minute. She threw 52 touchdowns this year. Our record was 18-5. Over 3,000 yards. That's better than Tom Brady on both seasons. So and EK caught the bulk of those with, you had 30-plus touchdown catches and I don't know how many interceptions. And the funny thing, too, was we were getting interceptions, but and this is like with Jason, he coaches girls. I don't know how to coach girls. I'm like, boys, you kick them in the rear end and they react. But girls, you can't do that. So he was kind of calming me down. And my wife was like, you got to give girls permission to do something. I was like, we had permission to take an interception back for a touchdown. And then we had 5 in one game. So I'm seeing that.
We do have a number of individuals that would like to speak to the board tonight. Before I start calling those names, if anyone would like to take off, students, parents, feel free. I'll give it just a second to clear the room so we can give our speakers the attention they deserve. All right, public comments. When I read your name, if you'll please come up to the microphone, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. You'll provide your name and your address, and let us know the item you'll be speaking about on the agenda, and then please direct all comments to the board chair. So, Ms. Bonnie Redfield.
My name is Bonnie Redfield, 1049 Burnham Drive South, Hendersonville. What else did you want me to say? Was that it? Okay. Members of the Board of Education, my name is Bonnie Redfield, and my daughter is a rising 5th grader at Burris Elementary. I taught in the secondary education system for 11 years, most of those being spent in the 7th grade. I have spent the last 2 years teaching English as a second language at Ball State. I have degrees in English and education, held a national board certificate, and was part of the Teaching and Learning in Urban Schools Master's Program at Vanderbilt University. I come before you tonight with experience and knowledge of what I am proposing. My proposal is that you allow the parents of the rising 5th graders at Burris Elementary who have been rezoned to have the right to choose to keep their children at Burris. This option would require parents to transport their children themselves. Countless studies show that a major factor for children for maintaining academic, social, and emotional success is stability. When children are forced to change schools multiple times, it creates instability, which leads to poorer performance academically, anxiety around making new friends, and general stress. With the rezoning, it will cause around 40 5th grade students to change schools. This same group of students will then have to change schools again the following year as they transition to middle school. Having to not only change school buildings 2 years in a row, but also adapt to a new environment and the way things are run will cause tremendous instability. These students have been set up for success at Burris, most of them since kindergarten, and are now going to be forced into a scenario of extreme change for 2 consecutive years. Undoubtedly, this will affect their academic performance, which in turn affects performance numbers of the teachers, the schools, and the district. This rezoning will negatively impact both schools because Burris will be losing students who are set up to perform their best right now, and Beach because they will get these students at their most fragile and insecure time. While I know many parents of lower grade students would love to keep their children at Burris, no other students will be as affected as the rising 5th graders. With the loss of the K through 4th graders, there will be more space in the building for this small group of students. While there may be other plans for this space, I would firmly argue that there is no better use of it than for these rezoned 5th graders. I am sure that the parents who would choose to drive their children to Burris would do so because they have been successful at Burris and don't want to put their kids in a difficult situation for 2 years in a row. Retaining, caring, involved families at Burris can only be a boost to the school and a protection of our children's academic, social, and emotional well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Krista Butterworth.
My name is Krista Butterworth. I live at 141 Victoria Lane East in Hendersonville. I believe that there are far more thoughtful and equitable approaches to rezoning than drawing a hard line in the sand that uproots children from the school community that they have known for years. A phased implementation plan, for example, could provide a more balanced and compassionate solution for the students and families that are affected. Poor planning at the city level should not become a burden carried by the children. Students should not be expected to absorb the consequences of decisions made without adequate foresight. Much of this situation stems from unchecked growth and decisions made by city leadership that have directly impacted our community. Dr. Langford, perhaps I misunderstood you, but I believed you encouraged people to reach out with questions and concerns. I did exactly that. I emailed multiple times and I never received a response. In one of those emails, I challenged you to come to these schools and personally explain to these students that they may be removed from the environment they know, trust, and feel secure in. I encouraged you to witness firsthand the confusion, fear, anxiety, and uncertainty that decisions like this create for children at such a formative age. As someone who personally experienced rezoning in the 4th grade, I can speak to the emotional and lasting impact it can have on a child. Transitions of this magnitude are especially difficult for children at this age, particularly for young girls who rely heavily on established friendships, routines, and a strong sense of stability and belonging. I would also like some clarification regarding the information shared with families about this proposal. The email sent regarding rezoning outlined several reasons for the change. However, it did not mention that once approximately 200 students are rezoned from Burris, Hendersonville preschool classes would be moved to Burris, an estimated 8 to 10-ish classes, allowing it to temporarily operate as its own entity until another building is identified and purchased. So not only are approximately 200 students being removed from their established school environment, but preschool students would also face significant disruption. They would first transition to Burris and then potentially be required to move to another facility once secured. This is an extraordinary amount of instability and change for children. Additionally, there has been considerable discussion about rezoning as a means of alleviating traffic congestion at Burris. However, if multiple preschool classes are subsequently moved to the building, it appears that additional traffic would also just replace it. You would just flip it. I know that the time is going to be different, but that Burris car line starts at 2:30 when the proposed preschool would get out. Finally, it has also been brought to my attention that discussions regarding this proposal have been taking place as early as January, and that certain individuals were informed before the broader community. If that is true, parents deserve transparency regarding when these conversations began, who was informed, and why families directly impacted are only now learning about these potential changes. At the end of the day, these decisions affect children, their stability, their emotional well-being, their friendships, and their sense of security. I urge the board to consider solutions that prioritize students first and approach this process with greater transparency, compassion, and a long-term plan.
Thank you. Miss Amy King?
Well said.
Thank you.
Yes, you go, girls. After I'm done, you're probably gonna think. we
If
all
you could
got
say your name
together.
and
I'm
your
sorry.
address. Yep.
My name is Amy King. My address is 1628 Butler Mill Hollow and Bethpage.
All right, and please address all comments to me. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. As a parent and member of this community, I recognize the importance of creating an efficient school system for students. However, I have several concerns about the overall impact this proposal may have on those living in our rural communities. Since the agenda and the attachments were made available the day before the meeting, I've had a little time to review it. While you mentioned that the plan will reduce the number of bus routes out of Gallatin, you do not address how it will affect the number of bus routes out of Westmoreland. You also failed to address the additional travel time and distance this plan will place on families in this rural area. I brought a visual to show everyone the approximate portion of Bethpage that's being affected because your maps did not include one for the affected portion only. Can I pass this? The visual outlines the approximate area being removed from Schaefer zone and includes 4 marked points. Each of those points is farther from Westmoreland by anywhere from 2 to 6 miles. Our children's bus ride times are already anywhere from 30 minutes to over an hour each way. How much additional time will they now be expected to spend on a bus traveling even farther? Where can the public view the transportation analysis that was conducted to justify this decision? It is much easier to gain community support and public trust when there is transparency and when families feel included in the process. Or does community support and input not matter? Sports was a big topic tonight.
and the children affected by this change are still part of the Gallatin Youth Sports Zones. These children are not only building peer relationships, but also forming strong community connections. Yet this plan would require them to attend school in a different community altogether. They'd probably need a whole new wardrobe. Your shared vision states Sumner County Schools is a collaborative culture of high-performing students, teachers, and school communities. Unfortunately, this process failed to reflect that vision. Students and families were not included in a timely, transparent, or compassionate manner. They should have been communicated long before just 2 weeks remained in the school year. I'm not only referring to rising 6th grade students from Bethpage, but also to current Schaefer and Gallatin High families, as well as Union, that were not informed. Even Mr. Lacey said that he was not notified until that time. For children, change, whether positive or negative, can create emotional and physiological stress because children's brains are still developing. Disruptions to their routines can trigger anxiety, behavioral changes, or regression due to feelings of uncertainty and loss of control. What I want to make clear is that this process, the way it's been handled, has caused these very challenges for my children, friends, and neighbors.
Thank you. Greer Kortner.
My name is Garrett Corner. I live at 106 Montview Drive. I am in a wheelchair. I've been waiting for 6 years to get in an accessible playground, not just for kids in a wheelchair, but those with other disabilities, like my friend Dakota who can't hear, or Juliet who can't talk to you. How great would it be if we can level up all Sumner County schools? We have these lonely times in our lives where we get left out of recess or really any time. It would make us happy if one day in our lives our kids get to enjoy this. They would be lucky and glad this happened. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And then if you still don't succeed, change your approach.
Kevin Kortner.
I'm Kevin Kortner. I live at 106 Montview Drive in Hendersonville. I'm here tonight to first say thank you. Thank you for recognizing that our school playgrounds need to be updated to meet ADA compliance standards and for beginning that process. This is an important and necessary step toward making our schools more inclusive, accessible, and welcoming to all students. Every child, regardless of ability, deserves the opportunity to play, socialize, and fully participate in their school community. Our family has been honored to be a part of that process for this community. We take it very seriously, and we look forward to the upgrades at the 2 schools with bids currently underway. So yes, I appreciate that the district has acknowledged this need and has started moving in the right direction. However, appreciation should not prevent accountability. While beginning the process is commendable, we are here to make sure that the current budget reflects the urgency and seriousness of this commitment. Starting a project without allocating meaningful additional funding risks turning an important initiative into a symbolic gesture rather than real progress. I stood here last year and told you we were not going anywhere until our playgrounds were fully accessible, and I'm here again to assure you of that. ADA compliance is not optional, and accessibility should not be treated as something to address when convenient or when leftover funds become available. If we truly believe in equity for all students, then our budget should reflect those values. I've noticed in the last few years that the reserve amounts projected are always less than the actual reserves when the auditing is completed. That speaks to the excellent job that the board's doing stewarding our tax dollars, but it also shows that the money's there to allocate a meaningful amount to this project. We often hear that budgets are statements of priorities. If accessibility and inclusion are truly priorities, then they must be funded like priorities. Not allocating a respectable amount of funds to this project would be delaying access for students who have already waited too long. So, families of children with disabilities should not have to wonder if inclusion is coming next year or the year after that, depending on budget flexibility. Greer's playing baseball this season at Miracle Park in Gallatin. He's 6 for 6, coach pitch. We don't use tees in my house. Every time we're there, along with the other inclusive playgrounds we visit, I cannot help but think of the parents who fought so hard for those spaces, only to have them come to fruition after their children had passed away and were unable to enjoy them. I urge this board not to stop at acknowledging the issue. Please take the next step and allocate the resources necessary to move these playground updates forward in a timely and meaningful way. Our students deserve more than promises and planning. They deserve action. Thank you again for starting this process, but I ask you tonight to match your intentions with your investment and ensure that all children in our district can access the same opportunities to play and belong. Thank you.
Erin Courtner.
Hey, I'm Erin Courtner. I've had the joy of getting to work with these people this year. I have to admit, Dr. Langford, sports do line up with life lessons, and it brought me back to cross country with Coach Lind at Hendersonville High School. 1996, we had practices in the summer. We would run in the heat, and it was a hot July afternoon on Berrywood Drive behind the high school, and Coach Lind drove past us in his air-conditioned Camry, slowing down long enough for us to ask, when can we stop? And he says, when I get tired, and he took off. So we ran. And our playground journey is very similar to cross country. It began in 2020, and a lot like cross country, it's harder than I expected, and I've wanted to quit, and I've fallen and gotten bruises, scraped up knees, and instead of breaking my wrist like I did when I fell at Lock 4, it's broken my heart. But then I remember why I started, and I take the next step. It is surreal that we have come this far in 1 year. In cross country, in life, in every endeavor, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The one thing I would like to ask for a few things moving forward. I would like to ensure that our special needs playgrounds are taken into account when we do the assessments with Kimley Horn, because that's where we started with Greer at the wonderful pre-K program that we have at Station Camp. Let's see. I believe we have 13 developmental pre-K playgrounds. In addition, I would love to add cochlear implant slides for the kiddos with, their cochlear implants. I learned that they need those metal slides that roll, so it doesn't mess up their programming on their cochlear implants. I would also love to see autistic-friendly equipment and enclosed fencing for our little elopers and just safety in general. I can't wait to maintain this momentum, and thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Elizabeth Broadway.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Broadway. I live at 160 South Tunnel in Portland. My daughter is Avonlea, and she is also in a wheelchair, but my kids are in bed by 6 o'clock, so none of them are showing up right now. I was super excited last year when all of the hard work that the parents went before me. My daughter was in our at Benny Bell's preschool, and is still at Benny Bell's this year for kindergarten. She graduated this morning. It was adorable. But there were lots of parents who came before me, Erin being one of them, but multiple parents who have fought for these inclusive playgrounds for years. And like Erin's family, I am grateful for the momentum that we have started. My biggest concern is, after looking at how much was spent this year, we spent not even half of what you guys budgeted. And so my concern is, right now, with the committee that you guys formed and being able to see some of that, not by being at a committee meeting, but by a parent who has been there, that my daughter will graduate 5th grade before these playgrounds reach her. And if we have done 2 well, not even 2, you guys are voting on that bid tonight, they'll hopefully be done this summer. We need to find a way to do more than 2 a year. And if we can do 2 roughly for $300,000, that was an estimate putting those together, but roughly $300,000, we need to think about the fact that our county commission gave us more money, and what are we doing with that? We have roughly $700,000 sitting around that is not going towards a school, because you guys can't bid on that in time, and from what I understand, to have another bid for other schools and all that kind of stuff. So my concern is what happens with the money that we didn't use this year. Is the county commission giving that back to us? Is that going to are we going to start looking at bids sooner? What are we doing to keep this momentum forward? At the end of the day, I didn't start this so that my daughter is the only one to have a playground to play in. We need our communities to be built in a way that fully embraces every one of our kiddos that need that. And whether my daughter gets it or not, it is what it is. But I do think you guys need to seriously consider adding more potential playgrounds to the list next year. I know you guys are going to be talking about the big, I don't know what they're called, capital projects and stuff like that, and what you're going to the county commission for and all of that kind of stuff. We've already done that, and you still didn't use the money that you were given. And so I am super grateful. Again, not all of it, you used some of it from the numbers that I saw, and I'm not a math wizard, so if you guys want to talk about and tell me where I'm missing numbers, that's fine. But we need to find a way to truly make this momentum continue and move forward. So like I said, I'm super grateful for the progress, because it is monumental progress from years and years of other parents fighting. And I feel like I'm just a piggyback person who's coming on and joining the party in the late end and getting the benefits, but we do need to keep this going. We do need to think about how we are going to move more schools at a quicker pace, and including the preschools. Just briefly, that's another sort of topic of rezoning our preschoolers. I need you guys to seriously consider that, and consider it in a way of segregation, because our preschool programs right now are geared towards our children with disabilities, and if you're removing them from their schools and where they need to be, you're literally segregating them into a certain spot. And then speaking of developmentally, you are asking them then to move to a whole nother school to learn all new friend groups and all of that. So I would like you to consider what you choose to do with our preschools moving forward, because it's predominantly for our disabled kids moving out of TEIS. And so think about it in terms of segregation and pulling those kids out of the places where
they're people who they will be going to school with for years, would see them and experience them in a way. And also most of those kids who have autism and other things like that, transitions are really hard. My daughter's been at the same school for now, this is, her second year, and we had literally drop off problems until about 6 months ago. 3 months ago, 9 months. So she doesn't even have autism, right? It's just a developmental delay. So there are other kids with bigger problems with transitions and things like that. So I understand space and I understand all of that, but I do ask you to think about it in terms of truly what our children need and not what's most convenient and financially exciting.
Thank you. That completes public comments. Next item on the agenda is reports from the superintendent. Dr. Langford. I'm sorry, matters involving council first. Do we have any matters involving council? Sorry, skip that. All right. Then reports from the director or superintendent. I'll get it right one day.
I'll apologize. I have a little laryngitis. If I start coughing, I'll have to just stop. But it's going to break Mr. Lancaster's heart. It's probably going to be shorter tonight. Anyway, wanted to. Can you get the slideshow, Chris?
Yeah, give us 1 second.
Okay. There we go. All right. Get this.
I don't think we have it up on our screen right now. It's not.
Chris, it's not on. It's, okay.
Sorry, corner thing going on. I do think, Lord, you can access the presentation through the agenda as well. All right, we got it. We can pull it up. You'll refresh the screen for it. We'll have all of our numbers.
All right, you guys are gonna lose your access, but I think we can fix it.
can you go back where I can flip it, Chris?
Is that me or him, Chris?
All right, there we go. All right. So just want to start off with a quick shout out to the class of 2026. We had a great weekend of graduations. I made it to 4. Got this, I didn't go to, I tried to rotate, so I hit all of them over 2 years, but I went to White House, then I went to Gallatin, then I went to Westmoreland, and then Middle College. So the graduations were pretty spectacular. All of them, I saw several of you at different ones. Congratulations to those that had graduates. Mr. King, congratulations on your daughter. It's always a great moment and a sad moment when they walk across the stage. But this Mr. Ray on the left there, it's his first graduation. I didn't check with him to see how nervous he was, but my first graduation, they had originally all planned to hand me a Super Bowl, and thank God they didn't. That would have been a pretty decent prank. We did have, I would say we had the best practical joke this year, maybe in the history of senior pranks. A group of boys at Liberty Creek hired a bagpipe player to follow Philip Holt for an hour and play the bagpipes everywhere he went. I thought that was pretty ingenious. But, you know, you can go and you can hear the scholarship amounts and where the kids are going and things like that, but each one, what I love is each of our communities maintain something distinctive in their graduation. You know, Beach brings out and recognizes all the kids that have earned an industry credential. Westmoreland takes time to really capture what each student did. Merrill Hyde and Portland wear full regalia. You know, Gallatin High School, the diversity and the love that they have for each other is pretty intense. Even like Middle College, where it's 37 kids this year graduating, they take a lot of time to really dig into what the kids are doing. So it's exciting and fun to watch each of the graduations. So a couple of statistics. We got early stats. This number will probably go up. I don't think we have all the scholarships in yet, but our students have been offered over $93.5 million in scholarships this year. It's pretty remarkable. We've got, I think, 3 or 4 that are going to service academies. We've got a kid going to Yale, a kid going to Brown, a number of other schools all over the country, in addition to trade schools. You know, this is pretty exciting. We had 40 students joining the armed forces. If you're at graduation, a lot of times they will either have something that indicates a stole, which branch they're going with, and some of them graduate early but walk with their class. And last year at Portland, we had a kid that had gotten back 2 days earlier from boot camp, so he came and walked in his dress uniform. Really exciting for these kids. And then congrats to Merrill Hyde. We've got the flag football girls, and then the coaching duo there. And then Merrill Hyde tennis, another great run for them. We have a number of teams that are playing this week in softball, baseball, and soccer. So hopefully hopefully we'll add some more state championships. I want to just jump in real quickly, and I'm happy to address any questions that you might have about the rezone. This is basically the same slide deck we shared before. We did add a few things for Bethpage, but I'm happy to answer any questions. You know, the feedback that we've received for a long time is that the overwhelming majority of the kids in this zone are broken apart after 5th grade at Bethpage Elementary, and some are sent to Schaefer and Gallatin High School, and the rest go to Westmoreland. We've always had a significant number of requests to go out of zone to Westmoreland Middle, and we've almost always honored those requests. And the reality is I suspect that the overwhelming majority would, if transportation were provided, would choose to go to Westmoreland. So there's no good way ever to do a rezone except to start the process. I do think that this makes sense. I think it's great, you know, to not to let those kids from Bethpage all travel together up to Westmoreland. You know, 110% understand if your child is affected by this. It's hard, and we want to do everything. That's why, you know, especially for this one, if you want to stay at Schaefer Gallatin High School, we would have to require that you provide transportation, but I'm happy to provide, to approve an out of zone for you to stay in the Gallatin schools. It's not that I have to do it, it's just that's the way the state law is written right now, is that you have to appeal to me, and then I approve the out of zone.
So I know Bethpage had this whole split zone deal. How many other elementary schools do we have that have that issue currently?
It's not many. Do you know, Jeremy?
Over the last few years, we have worked really hard to not have that. We've tried really hard as we brought new middle schools online. We have like a handful. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Gene Brown. That one, Oakmont and Gene Brown, and then I believe North Sumner. And those are all.
I know somebody had mentioned on a comment or something that I saw that North Sumner was Portland and Westmoreland, I think. But
Yeah, North Sumner splits to Portland, Westmoreland. Gene Brown splits. Most of them are like a 50-50, 60-40 kind of split.
Right.
This one always seemed like, this one was always one that we heard from the community about, because every year you get about 30 kids out of them. 10 of them go to Westmoreland, go to Schaefer, and of those 10, about half has to go back to Westmoreland Middle School. And so we thought, okay, we'll flip it and let the out of zone request come to Schaefer instead of Westmoreland, because that seems to be the community will. But so that's why we put this up here.
so most of the rest of them are 50-50, and there's no current plan, at least for those.
There's no current plan to look at those because the way the bus routes run, like this was one where it made sense bus route wise and community wise. The trouble that you run into North Sumner is those are pretty broad rural routes. So it gets kind of difficult to figure out the transportation point of it to take them all to one school because of where they live.
Yeah, I think there was two things. One, people read it's because we got a split zone, and so everybody is assuming, well, hey, our school's a split zone.
Mm-hmm.
Are we next? Or and from my understanding, this one's specifically because it's such a small portion.
Yeah, this is the Goldilocks point because it's such a small portion, and the way the bus routes stack out, it's easy to send them to Westmoreland Middle. It would be more difficult at somewhere like North Sumner because those routes are pretty rural.
Yeah, Oakmont, that split has existed since at least 1940, because I know they've always split between Portland and White House.
How many students will it affect, I guess, for the Bethpage Elementary, Schaefer, total?
So the current total, the only total I have off the top of my head is what this would affect for next year, and so it's 11 students. There are 11 students at Bethpage that would be rezoned into Westmoreland Middle, and so the only other number I have is there are 10 kids that ride that bus. There are 3 that are at Schaefer, and there are 7 that are at Gallatin High School. So roughly 20 kids.
Okay. And then, yeah, there are some, out of 44 rides in 6th graders last year, 9 were zoned for Schaefer, and 4 of those requested to attend Westmoreland Middle out of zone. And this year, 11 of 31 are zoned to Schaefer. And we had a number, we had done a lottery at Westmoreland, and the whole idea of a lottery is it implies that you do that because you have more demand than supply. But we were approving all of them, so initially I was like, we'll just make it, if you want to go to Westmoreland, we'll approve it. But then, as we looked at it more, it's like it just makes sense to just flip it and go the other way, because we have so few that have historically wanted to go to Gallatin, because the ones I think sometimes that went because they didn't have transportation to go to Westmoreland. And then, you'd requested the map, so this is the Bethpage map, and then that's the Westmoreland Middle map. So we can be happy to send you the PDF. This is the best I could do for a slide deck, but we've got the PDFs of these we can send, so you can zoom in. And if you zoom in, you can see the street names on that, but if I zoomed in for that, it'd be really hard to see kind of what the area is.
And these maps are attached in your board packet. They're also available on our website where we built pages for these rezones.
All right, moving on to Burris and Knox Doss. Again, I'd like to address a couple things. I think one is talked to Mayor Clary several times, and I want to reiterate that they are going to do everything in their power to limit the impact that this is going to have on traffic, but you can't replace a bridge in a road area without it having an impact on traffic. And this is also something that's needed to have been done for 20, 25 years at least. I mean, I can't remember a time that I've lived here when we haven't talked about that intersection needing to be repaired or fixed. So I commend the city of Hendersonville for doing it. As I've said all along, it's a lot of short-term inconvenience for long-term benefits for the community. And that's I feel for the elected officials in Hendersonville, because it is going to be inconvenient, but it's also long-term going to be good. And then, you know, we've got a problem because we're sitting at over 800 students at Burris, and drop-off is always going to be a problem. And there are others, you know, as other subdivisions fill out, those numbers are just going to keep going up. And then student enrollment growth, you know, kind of hit that with the drop-off. And then supporting student needs across Sumner County. I'd like to address a few things. I don't think, you know, it's so much on the agenda last week that I kind of probably skipped over the pre-K part a little bit. What we are looking at doing is putting 8 pre-K classes at Burris. And what that allows us to do, most of our pre-K students historically go to a pre-K and then go to a different school. It's not, you know, certainly there are some kids that stay in the same feeder pattern, but there are a lot more that go to pre-K and then go elsewhere. What we have seen with Gallatin Early Learning Center is there's a tremendous amount of benefit for the kids when we have a consolidated pre-K. Not like, you know, some counties do this and they just have one for the entire county. That would require way too much time on a bus for pre-K students. But we do need to look at this. Like, I think long-term it would be nice to have one, probably 2 in Hendersonville, Shackle Island, 1 in Gallatin, maybe 2 in Gallatin eventually, and then 1 in Portland. Possibly eventually 1 up in one, because, you know, the number one need when you talk to anybody for businesses or home life or anything else is 1, access to any child care, and then 2, access to home care that you can afford. You know, I've talked to some people that are paying up to $30,000 a year if they have 3 kids for child care. So what a consolidated pre-K allows us to do is the teachers are there to work together. So if one of them is out, it's not trying to grab teaching assistants from somewhere else to come in. You've got a larger body of assistants and adults there to help run it. We'll have a designated person to work with the administrative staff at Burris, but to manage the pre-K. In terms of the drop-off traffic, you know, most likely we're still, you know, the busing piece, the transportation piece requires a lot of moving parts. And so Tracy, you know, our transportation is still working on, with Ms. Daniel, working on some of the last minute things as we talk about, you know, moving the pre-K there. But most likely we would start the pre-K at 7:30. So our SPED students do an abbreviated day, so they would leave at 1:30. And then the peers, because a SPED pre-K class, so there's 2 types of pre-K. There's SPED and then there's voluntary. Voluntary is based on some factors like economic disadvantage and things like that, where SPED pre-K is for kids that we're trying to get into school early so we can meet their needs and help them get off to a good start in school. Part of that program is taking in peer buddies to be in pre-K with them, to be in pre-K and to complete an academic program, but then to also assist. I love it because you see so many kids that develop so much empathy and compassion for others, and it carries on because we generally have peer buddy programs all the way through high school. The number of CDC teachers that we have in this county that started in middle school as peer buddies and continue that on through high school is pretty amazing, and I'm happy that we do that in elementary. But what it allows us to do is it allows us by staggering that start time. It doesn't conflict with the traffic like if we were bringing in 100 kids at the same time Burris was going to run, because Burris starts an hour later and we don't have the same traffic pattern with Knox-Doss for bringing in buses and some parent cars. So the pre-K I don't think will add to the traffic situation. I do think that what we would gain, you know, one thing is this is a move that is placing pre-K temporarily in the short term at Burris, but it's allowing us to solve, you know, as we try to move pieces around to address needs across the county. One of the biggest needs we have right now is at Station Camp Elementary, where we're sitting at over 1,000 students and continuing to edge up each year. There's more development going on around Station Camp. It is one of the areas where we are pinched in elementary and middle school. We're great in the high school. Later on, when we talk about capital, it's something that we need to start thinking about. Realistically, 20, 25, 30 years ago, we should have built another elementary school in the Shackle Island zone because we got Jack Anderson in Station Camp Elementary feeding Station Camp, and Jack Anderson's around 780, 800, and then Station Camp's over 1,000, and that area still has affordable housing. There's apartments, there's more housing coming online. Those numbers are going to continue to go up. So moving pre-K classrooms is almost a necessity because the only schools where we're tight in terms of capacity is Howard Elementary, Station Camp Elementary, and then Burris. Those are the three where it was getting really tight. Four, Liberty Creek Elementary. I think Liberty Creek Elementary you'll start to see those kids age up, and that feeder pattern will space out a little bit. Some of that is a function of our employees taking their kids to Liberty Creek Elementary. So some of that I think will smooth out over time. But the pre-K transition helps us solve problems across Hendersonville while also providing, we think, significantly better pre-K experience for our special education students and peer buddies and for our voluntary pre-K. It's easier if you're a teacher, if you have people to work with and collaborate with, than if you're like a onesie-twosie in a building, which is generally what we have right now, except at Station Camp Elementary where we have multiple pre-Ks. So that's the part about pre-K. I guess, Mr. Do you want me to just, Stuart is her light, so.
Just a couple quick questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a number on the pre-K students?
The top number right now, I talked to Ms. Daniel this morning, the top number would be 115, but generally it's not that high. It'll probably be around 100.
Okay. Also, on the traffic control, you said you talked to Mayor Cleary.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any type of extra help, such as a police officer or a traffic crossing guard like we usually have in the schools? Has that been mentioned at all? Is that a possibility, or?
Burris already has a crossing guard.
Sorry?
Burris already has a crossing guard, and if you've ever been through there,
Will they be available to
he's
help
pretty serious
those
about it.
students?
Yeah, they'll, I think they do have a plan for how they're going to do traffic around through there because when they did it before, they had flaggers out there to get through the intersection, and then Burris and Knox Dawes has a crossing guard that's out there more.
Thank you.
While it's fresh on my mind, with the additional students, I know we've had a crossing guard at Beach Elementary,
Mm-hmm.
and we haven't had. We currently have one that for the Hunter turn in off of right there at Worship's. God Lord, man. After 7 o'clock, I forget what I'm doing in life. But anyway, we're gonna definitely have to have.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this sheriff's office has looked at it before and said, we don't need, but we gotta have something. So if we're gonna add 200 more kids, let's make sure we get that.
It's going to definitely make the traffic, that's definitely a consideration.
Okay. Really quick, the other thing that we the feedback we've gotten, I mean, I don't think anybody can disagree with the numbers. Obviously, you're sitting at 807, whereas is 900 is kind of like the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of just tell us, like, what goes into it before you make that final decision of, all right, it's time now? Like, what we look at, I know we had kindergarten registrations at the end of April, so you never kind of know what that next group number is going to look like until you at least see that. And I talked to some teachers there, and it was a pretty big number.
Yeah.
But just kind of really quickly, just summarize, like, hey, this is what we think about, because it's not it's not an easy decision. It's not an easy decision for us, and it's it's an emotional decision for the families, or an emotional impact for the families that are involved. I've gone through it and seen it when we had Liberty Creek kids that were Station Camp kids that were rezoned to Beach Elementary for a couple of years, and they get rezoned again for Liberty Creek. you know, the goal is, if you can, if at all costs, you can avoid it, but at the same time, you know, we have to unfortunately make decisions and take the emotional part out of it, because that's just what we have to do. It doesn't mean we don't care,
Right.
but it's just, you know, what we have to do. So can you just kind of walk through,
Yeah.
like, why we made the decision when we made the decision, and, you know, why we didn't say, hey, you know, last August when kids started school, this is what we're gonna do next year. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll just say personally, like, I hate doing rezones because of that very reason. There's never a good time if you're a family affected by for a rezone to take place. You know, there's a couple factors. We really should have rezoned Burris a couple of years ago, but we had a lot of factors that were going on, and I think that's driven some of our learning. You know, one of the biggest factors of not looking at it seriously until now is that when we opened, you know, if you remember, prior to opening Liberty Creek, we had to make a short-term transition and move students out of Station Camp Elementary to Beach Elementary and Hunter and Beach High School for about 2 years before Liberty Creek opened. Because we were approaching, I believe, around 1,100 at Station Camp Elementary at that point, and it was like, you know, it was tough. So that rezone was very hard because you weren't just rezoning kids once, you were rezoning them twice. They were going to go first grade and second grade at Beach Elementary, and they were going to go third grade at Liberty Creek. So you want to do it the minimum number of times. I would say the other thing that we learned there is that we discussed and debated at the board for 3 or 4 months how we were going to do that. And my takeaway from that is the mistake that we made there is we should have gotten parents in contact with the principals of the school where the rezone is going to take place. Because I think, you know, Dr. Lovett's out there, and I won't put him on the spot, but he was at Hunter then with Dr. Bowman and Mr. Elrod at Beach Elementary. The moment people went to Beach Elementary and met the principals and saw the school, you know, everybody felt much. I mean, I'm saying nobody's going to ever. There are going to be people that hate the move, so I don't want to discount that. But the overwhelming majority of people found being at Beach Elementary and Hunter and Beach High School to be an amazing experience. In this situation, the kids are already all going to go to Beach High School anyway. That's the feeder pattern. Kids that go in 5th grade, you know, that are rising 5th graders, will be 1 year at Beach Elementary, but then they will be going with a new cohort of kids into TW Hunter at a time when everybody's making that transition from 5th grade to 6th grade. And the biggest pain point there are lockers, and that'll always be a big thing when you go from elementary to middle school. It's terrifying to 6th graders for a week or two. But that's kind of a natural break anyway. So I think back to why we waited on Burris is when we opened Liberty Creek, we lost a significant amount because we ran the hiring for Liberty Creek at the same time that we ran hiring across the county. It was during COVID. Right after COVID, we didn't have Teach Sumner. There was a massive teacher crunch, and we had an incredible amount of movement around the county, and Burris lost, I believe, somewhere around 30 teachers. So,
We also moved the principal from Burris.
and then we moved the principal from, Dr. Reynolds went from Burris Elementary to Liberty Creek Elementary, and then Dr. Anglin came in as principal of Burris. And then after a year, Dr. Anglin left us and went to Good Pasture, and then Ms. Lyles came in. So that was 3 principals in 3 years in terms of transition. And I don't think it's not fair really to, unless you absolutely have to do a rezone when you've got a first-year principal because they're learning the craft. The same is true. Last year we had Mr. Elrod in his last year, and then Ms. Usry coming into her first year. Ms. Usry's done a tremendous job at Beach Elementary making the transition from Mr. Elrod. And so at this point, it's like, as you're seeing those numbers rise, if you look at that historical rise at Burris, it's not going to be less than 807 kids if we leave it like it is in the fall. It's going to be even higher, and that pinch point is going to be, you know, even greater. And it's hard to justify that when you have a school sitting in the same feeder pattern that's, you know, roughly around 345, 350 that really does need more students. It's better for Beach Elementary to have those 200 students. It's better for Burris to have. It's not better in the sense that it affects kids and families. Don't hear me saying that, but it is better to equalize it in terms of traffic. And then when you throw in the fact that what I don't think you want to do is try to rezone mid-year because we've started a construction project, and then we got to move teachers and we got to move stuff and we got to run new bus routes and everything like that. I think that would be an absolute nightmare. It's best to do it now and then have everything set up to roll in the fall.
Mr. Evans? My question is, I know we're doing this right now in this part, but we're going to have a discussion too. So my only question is that we don't, it's not limiting anything, but just being careful that we're going to discuss this too. So I'm like,
Yeah.
we're going to be able to ask you questions. Just want to make sure from a time perspective.
Plenty of time for that, yeah.
Yeah, because I've got many notes from the District 4. That's my only thought. I don't really feel like I know we got other things people want to ask, but I feel like we're going to have to discuss this here in a minute. So maybe let's move forward. Yeah. Ms. Rawls?
I would just, some of the comments and things that I've read and gotten questions around are more of, you know, how you drew the lines, and can you explain kind of why the lines were drawn the way they were, and socioeconomic? Is there some other, what are the considerations that you go and you like, we're gonna put this group over there and this group over here?
Yeah, there's really not a socioeconomic reason to do this. It's more, you know, the number one thing is with the traffic patterns that we're seeing, trying to catch, you know, historically the area that's going to Beach was part of Beach Elementary Zone for multiple decades. And so it kind of flows with transportation. When we're running buses, there are certain things that you try to always look for: right turns instead of left turns, traffic signals. The next part is you also we try not to split neighborhoods, right? Because it would be really crazy to say, like, I live in this neighborhood and half the kids go to Beach and half go to Burris. So you try to keep neighborhoods whole, and then you look at the overall number, because if you take too many, then you're looking at losing an assistant principal, losing office staff, things like that. So you try to balance all those different factors while also saying, you know, what's the number of kids that we think that we can run through Burris during this time that solves our problem, you know, our pinch point with the construction project, but also just the growth in the area, because Burris will drop to 600 and it will immediately start to rise again. You know, it's not going to be 607 in 5 years. It's probably, hopefully, going to be around 670. But you know, when we downloaded, we moved, I want to say, around 200, 300 kids from Station Camp Elementary to Beach Elementary before Liberty Creek opened. And we opened the year back at Station Camp at like 920, and we had hoped that we wouldn't hit 920 for another year or two. It just, at that point, now we're not growing as fast now as we were then, but there are parts in the county, and it's in that little area where that growth is still happening. Jeremy, is there anything I missed there? Because I know, like, Jeremy's a little bit more of an expert, Ms. Ross, on the specific subdivisions, because there's one that's on the other side of New Shackle that it's done because it would be almost impossible to turn a bus to go to Beach Elementary, so it's staying in Burris.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You look at intersections, major roads. You also got to think about buses as if they're dominoes, and so we set up bus routes and school zone times and things like that based on where the bus goes from point A to point B to point C, because every bus runs to multiple schools daily, and so you have to set your routes and your buses and your arrival and dismissal times to where you can get bus from point A to point B to point C and then to point D. And so that's kind of what we look at. And so we drew those maps. We knew, going back to the traditional beach zone, that we could run that, and the bite wound up being about the number of students we wanted to take out of Burris and felt comfortable putting into Beach. And so that's why we drew the lines that way.
Yeah, because if we took, like, say, another 50 to Beach Elementary, you would almost be recreating the problem at Beach Elementary that we had at Burris. So a little bit more capacity, but, you know, it's starting to get a little tight. Okay, I think I'm gonna, to Mr. Evans' point, I'm gonna move pretty quickly through here. I did want to show, so these are around our current numbers at Beach Elementary and Burris. And with the rezone, this is what we would go to. And then, you know, just guidelines for the rezone. All Burris students in the rezone area must go to Beach Elementary. Rising 7th and 8th graders currently enrolled at Knox-Doss can remain if they provide transportation. There will be a sibling exception for 6th grade at KDDC if they provide their own transportation. Also, I didn't add this on the slide, but remember I also shared, like, if they had tried out for cheer and dance and made the team, they want to provide transportation because we do have 6th graders doing that. If we have any other sports where there's a 6th grader playing, they want to stay, we would approve that. Any other exceptions must be approved through the regular out-of-zone process. And then I talked to Dr. Flood this morning. He's going to send, if we approve the rezoning, if you approve the rezoning plan tonight, he's going to go ahead and send tonight a Google form to parents to see if they want to stay at Knox-Doss, because they want to get those numbers as quickly as possible because they want to be able to schedule classes and get their master scheduling done. So they will go ahead and do that. Dr. Lovett had also requested that information so they can do the same thing at Hunter, and they will handle that process, and it'll be pretty simple. With the board voting on this plan, we're going to go ahead and let Dr. Flood, instead of creating a bottleneck of everything having to run through me and Renee, if it's a 7th, 8th grader or sibling exception and they want to stay at Knox-Doss, we're going to just go ahead and let Dr. Flood make that decision and then communicate it to Dr. Lovett. And that way we can roll it faster in terms of getting information in the hands of parents as quickly as possible. And then just in terms of the staffing change, there won't be any position cuts. I want to reiterate that. There's no forced transfers. We had enough teachers that volunteered to transfer to Beach. So Dr. Miller will be meeting with Beach Elementary and with Ms. Lyles and with Ms. Ussery in the morning to work out all the details and then to communicate with those teachers tomorrow, pending board approval. And then, you know, here are the maps, just if anybody needs to see those. I think that's. Any other questions on the rezone?
Yeah, this is real quick. So, can you go back a couple of slides? Because one question while this is fresh on mind. I know this is mainly Burris to Beach, but there's also that one section that's going to Brown. Have that been communicated well to? I mean, I know Dr. Lovett and Ms. Ussery have kind of done something. How many students are impacted by that one, and are they having some similar opportunity to go?
Yes, they will get reached out to by Brown. So it's Mont Haven apartments specifically. And one of the reasons we looked at that is all the other apartments around there on Main Street go to Gene Brown. We have had numerous calls and questions from parents about why don't they go to Gene Brown, because, you know, if you're familiar with that area of Hendersonville, you kind of got to go over the river and through the woods to get to Burris or Beach, but Brown's like right up the street. And so the number of students that are affected by it is it's 30 elementary students and it's another 20 middle school students. And but yeah, they'll be communicated with and reached out by the schools.
So these are current Burris.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on our 807 to 607. Sorry. Is that in the 200 that's flipping, or is it really 230 flipping?
It's 200.
Okay. So Beach Elementary is really going up 170.
Yeah. That's a good
trying
catch.
to figure out how that math works.
No, that math didn't work.
When all you do is math, that's all you do is math, and so I couldn't understand the math there.
That math didn't math.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll fix that.
I maybe lost on my other question. It was It's one of the slides, but I'll probably jog my memory.
So as we walk through this, remember.
So got discussion to vote on this, so you can hold your questions until then, feel free. It's pretty.
I just wanted to be clear for myself. Sibling exemptions are only for students going into Knox DOS, not for siblings that are, you've got a Knox DOS and a birth.
Correct.
Thank
Only
you.
for rising sixth graders.
Thank you.
All right, and I wanna go through, to Mr. Evans' point, I'm gonna go through some of this just to provide an overview because we have time on the agenda later to discuss, and I figure it's good to get a little time to think. So I'll go through this quickly, try to address a few things, and then obviously I can jump back in during the discussion if you need information. Really excited about our first two accessible playgrounds. This is the project at Gene Brown. I'll run through the pictures pretty quickly, but I do want to give Ms. Herron, Mr. Harrison, Ms. Daniel was here earlier. You know, they've done it, and their committee's done a tremendous, Ms. Courtner back there, they've done a tremendous amount of work to get us to where we are now. I would say, like, you know, just a couple little things. You know, playgrounds largely have to be done, especially if there's a large scale of work. It's best if we can do those in the summer, because we need those playgrounds when kids are in school. So we do want to move as fast as we can, but at the same time we have to work around the confines of, like, Station Camp Elementary. That's 1,000 kids every day on that playground. We got to, you know, we want to be able to hit that. I'm thankful for the timing, so we can go ahead and get rolling now. But let me roll through. So this is what Gene Brown's playground is going to look like. And this is Station Camp. And then I wanted to run through just a little bit. So we had some questions earlier about the money that came from the county. Remember, we spent a significant amount of time in the planning stages with the master plan with the architect. So if you look at the Gene Brown was $124,000 for the playground structures, but another $93,500 for the surfacing. As we've said all along, the surfacing on playgrounds is one of the most important things we do on an accessible playground, because we certainly know at this point what makes it inaccessible with mulch and things like that. But it is pricey. So as you can see, it's close to the cost of the equipment. So the Gene Brown playground is about $218,000. Station Camp, you can see the same thing, the playground structures and surfacing, and that puts us in at about $353,000. You can see we're given right at $1,067,000. And so if you add up the two projects plus the architect cost, we have right at $335,000 left. And then talking to the committee, probably the next one to start on would be George Whitten Elementary School. So, you know, without objection, I'm gonna let them go ahead and start rolling on that so we can try to get that done as quickly as possible. Now we've got an idea for now. It will incur, in addition to surfacing and equipment, it will incur additional design costs because the architect did the master plan, but not the specific build plan. So it obviously won't be as steep, probably, Mr. Harrison, as the $160,000 that we paid for the master plan. But there will be some design costs, but it's money well spent to get the playground correct.
And just for clarification, because it came up in a couple of questions, that would come out of the remaining funds out of this right here, not out of what we're about to talk about later.
Yeah, that's correct. So I would love it if we could get 3 done and turned around as quickly as possible. And then, of course, some of that will be, Mr. Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, some of that will be once we look at the site at Whitten with the architect to see where we can put it. Because we can put it somewhere that doesn't require us to disrupt the current playground, we can go ahead and roll it. And Whitten does have some land to play with. It's not, you know, some playgrounds are really tight and jammed. We have a little bit more land to play with there, so we may be able to work that without shutting down the playground for the construction and renovation. So it's good news there. It also gives us, I think, a pretty good ballpark idea for what future ones are going to cost as we're moving forward into capital allocations. I think also some great feedback on other things that we need to be looking at, because we're going to find, obviously every time we do one, we're going to learn and we're going to find new things, and we'll continue
just real quick, I know when we looked at Gene Brown and Station Camp as the first two, one of the reasons was we wanted a larger playground and a smaller playground to get an idea of cost. And then that allows us to look at the funds, to look at allocation, look at the other schools. So is it fair to say that probably around 250 to 275 is ballpark of where we're looking on most playgrounds?
I'm gonna look at Mr. Harrison. He's gonna tell me it's gonna be completely dependent on what we ask him to do and what has to be done to the soil. And think there were some advantages at Station Camp at Gene Brown because we had existing playgrounds there, so some of the work had already been done. I would say also one of the other things that's driven this is not just large and small, it's also the number of students there that had need of an accessible playground. That was probably the number one driving factor.
So the committee that's working and making these recommendations, they're not going anywhere. They're gonna continue on, and what is our end goal here? Are we gonna get one at every elementary school? What's our end goal here?
I think I think ideally, I think when we build new construction, next time we build a new elementary school, we'll just include that in the design plan. We've learned a lot. We have pretty close to that at, some of our newer elementary schools. So it's way easier to do it if we'll just build it accessible from the start than having to try to go back and retrofit. And it's the right thing to do. So I don't think anything new we build would not have that, and then just trying to gradually catch up. So I think a little bit later, I have some of the things, obviously, as Mr. Lancaster pointed out last week, our capital is really tight. We have to really prioritize and then try to partner, with the county. And then I also think, some of the other things we can look at is, I think there's corporate money. I think there's other things we can look at to try to, now that we have a master plan, I think we can start talking about what are some things we can do to expand and grow this faster. So, I think also we'll have to think about, you can, when a child goes from elementary to middle school, or if a child moves in town, it can completely change the dynamics of what we need for accessibility based on where that child is going to school. So it makes sense over time to get to where we have the same level of playgrounds at all the schools. But in this interim where we're trying to play catch up, it makes sense to put them in the areas where we have the most student need.
Yes, and I think you told us before, but I just can't off the top of my head remember. What's the student number that'll be served between these two elementaries?
Do you remember, Ms. Aaron?
Even ballpark?
You're talking about the student with accessibility needs?
Yes. A total, but for both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Witten would be, based on the data that we collected initially, Witten would be the next need.
Okay.
Just a quick question on the architect total. You said there would be an additional fee because that's not that is the master plan. Is that on each project we're gonna be looking at that fee over and over again?
Yeah, because it's the actual detailed plans to build out what's going in there. They did a master plan to look at everything, and then, right, Chris, and then I'm gonna let Mr. Harrison answer that.
Is it good? Okay, good. Sorry. So the master development plan is on top of the two schools that we had designed. Is going to be for 12 locations. I'd have to look it up to give you all the names. But there's 12 schools that the master plan is going to be an overview. They're going to pick a site on the playground, come up with a design so that when we go to the county, we can say, hey, look, this is what we're proposing to do. And we'll have a base level of funding. It won't be 100% accurate, but we can get close. So when we request funding, we are speaking intelligently. We can also use that master development plan for when we're seeking grants. They require those so that we would qualify. That's one of the qualifying features. But in referring to doing George Witten, they have to send out surveyors. They have to send out a lot of individuals to look at the site to know what we have to do to get it functional. Gene Brown was fairly level, not as much work. Station Camp Elementary, it's on a slope. It required a lot more design And so it was, and we'll do that at Witten. In any school that we do, we will have to pay for construction plans, just like if we were building a school.
Okay, and then are we gonna possibly try to do at least 2 or 3 of these per year?
I think that's gonna be one of our conversations, is to prioritize, yeah. I think ideally, I think yes, I think to me, that's what I would sense is the will of the board, is to try to go as fast as we can.
Thank you.
This relates to Mr. King, again, we'll be back to this in discussion at the end, so if you guys want to ask your question, and then we can circle back as well, or if you want to wait.
I can do it now.
Okay.
Gene Brown, how many students will be at the Gene Brown location? 4. I was just curious, Gene Brown seemed like it was a little bit smaller than Station Camp. Was that by design, or?
It's
It's the school is, I mean, the school is considerably smaller, but so is the playground and the space that we have to work with. It's just different.
And I will say that at Gene Brown in particular, they have more of a park than a playground area because it's huge if you've been there. So we've created a space here that has the surfacing, accessible equipment, inclusive equipment for the students. We are also tying in their basketball court, their walking track, which are really not accessible now for the child on their own. We're putting in sidewalks that are going to make those areas accessible for those children as well. So it's this along with getting those areas accessible for them too.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I will, at this point, because the other part's capital, I wonder, I'm sensitive, it's almost, we're running out of time and we need time to debate. So if you're okay, Mr. Chairman, I can just hold off on the second part until we get to capital later. I think that would make more sense.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to new business. First item is discussion or action regarding proposed Bethpage rezoning. Director recommends approval. The proposed rezoning set the feeder pattern of Bethpage to Westmoreland Middle School and Westmoreland High School. Motion to approve. Motion to approve, Mr. Hall, second. Second, Ms. Brittick. All right, questions?
I know I asked you by email, I just wanted to do it. Are we gonna set up, I guess sometime soon, where the students could go to the middle school and the high school to get acquainted with the school?
Yeah, if we reach it, if it's approved, I'll call Mr. Brown in the morning to get him to set that up.
And like I said, I'd hate to be in your shoes having to redraw up all this stuff. There's no way that you could ever make anyone happy. For Bethpage, I feel like the majority are happy about this, but there's 2 or 3 families that it's really going to be a hardship for them, and I really hate that. Like I said, I really hate that for those families.
I do too.
But one thing I can say, Schaefer and Gallatin are great schools, but Westmoreland Middle and High School are exceptional as well, and it's a great school family to become a part of.
Thank you. Mr. Lancaster.
I finally remember my question from earlier. So when we talk about you're allowing out of zone, and this one specifically, I want to ask for the Bethpage because my understanding is if you're Bethpage Elementary currently, you can stay at Westmoreland. You can stay at Schaefer or Gallatin High School if you provide your own transportation per a director, out of zone request.
Yeah.
Exactly. How long is that good for? When I say out of zone, do you have to reapply for that every year? And the reason I'm asking is because you've got kids that may be going into 6th grade at Schaefer, and that would be 7, 8, 9, 6, 7 years. And you might win the lottery or something and decide to move on. So
we used to do it we used to have a form before there was a new state law that made it, because we had a committee that reviewed out of zones. We do it every year. The way we do it now is like if you go, like let's say you apply for an out of zone to go to Schaefer instead of Westmoreland Middle, and we approve it, we'd let you stay at Schaefer 6th through 8th grade unless there was an attendance or behavior or something like that, and not like a detention or something. It would have to be, I would have to, you know, the principal in those situations, because sometimes we'll have somebody that'll go out of zone and then they'll miss 35 days. And the easiest intervention for attendance at that point is the school bus. You know, you can ride in and get to school, because a lot of times it's hard on the family to get them there because it's out of zone, you know, it's out of the way. That's typically the only reasons I can think of where we've told someone, and we do that unless it's something extreme, we do that at the end of the year. But generally, I mean, there have only been a handful of those where we've revoked someone's out of zone if they've, and you know, if I shared the details of that, you'd be like, yeah, that was like 65 days absent and stuff.
So I think what my question is, like, if my child is going to be in the 7th grade at Schaefer next year, and it would be part of this rezone, and I'm saying, hey, I want to stay at Schaefer, we're going to go to Gallatin. I applied this year for this out of zone that you're going to grant me. Do I have to ever apply again? Do I have to apply when it's time to go to high school, or do I have to?
We
have to apply every year?
We would do the same thing in high school. Like, you would do it once for high school, and if your grades and attendance are good and behavior, then you would just continue on through the high school. Once somebody goes out of zone, very rarely do we revoke that, because generally it's a right fit for the family. It's usually over attendance and behavior, and usually it's something that's pretty extreme.
But they do have to reapply for it.
Just like when you go from 8th grade to 9th grade, not 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade.
Main thing, I just want to make sure people know this or communicated this too. Like, hey, once you hit this next threshold, you got to do this.
No, it used to, before the law changed, we used to have a pretty spelled out process that was a little clearer. It didn't all roll through having to make an appeal to the director. So that's actually really good clarification.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, discussion or action regarding proposed rezoning for Burris and Knox Doss Middle. Motion to approve. Ms. Brannick, second. Second. Ms. Stewart. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, I got lots of questions.
You waited.
Yeah. No, out of respect for the families that, you know, obviously got a lot of really good feedback and traction on not only social media, but email, phone calls, etc. So, first and foremost, staff, if I'm asking these questions, this is coming from families. These are not personal comments or things, but I do think that when we go through something like this, any type of feedback, positive, negative, whatever, it needs to be heard. It only makes us better. So I'm not sitting up here trying to go after anybody in particular, but this is feedback I received from families. Obviously, I spent the time talking to. First and foremost, I do not have a lot of families at all that support the pre-K move. That has been pretty universally. Again, I mentioned this in the meeting last week. It's really hard to convince a parent if you're telling them to remove one kid out of here and you're going to add in one, even if it's preschool. On paper, it still looks like 1-to-1. Now, I know that there's a lot of nuance to that, but to parents, it still looks like the same thing.
Right.
I've actually talked to multiple, some of these pre-K, I guess it's assistants at other schools. From a clarity perspective, if I'm a helper at Nannyberry, do I get to help at Burris, or do I have to reapply to get to help at Burris? Like, how are we gonna, if this were to be approved, what does it even look like for those? Because there's a lot. That's some of the feedback I got. Is these assistants love these kids at these schools, and they feel like they're getting their job taken out underneath them. So I want to make sure of that.
Yeah, I believe, Ms. Dana, you've talked to all of them at this point, haven't you?
There's that, and so we have some people that will probably not elect.
Here, hang on one second, Stan. We'll need the microphone.
We are working through those moves. There are some assistants who will not want to go with the program simply because of start times and just a change in location. So there are principals who want to keep those assistants in other positions, and the other folks will go to Burris.
Okay. Let's see. Next one. The question that came up actually from G. Brown, which is one of the smaller, impacted, but a great question that came from, again, somebody anonymously, and their system was, will they be allocated a new assistant principal? Considering that they'll have 40 new students in some CDC classes, are they going to be given an assistant principal?
They would not be large enough yet.
Okay.
It's usually in the mid 400s before you. It used to be 500. We lowered the threshold a little bit last year to say if you're in that kind of mid 400s, but you have CDC, pre-K behavior, some things that add on a significant amount of extra IEP meetings and things like that warrant the addition of it's not called a strict student ratio. It's more of it's almost like what, Ms. Herron does with acuity. Our first run is to look at ratios of students to try to be equitable across the county. But then we've added a second dimension, which is like, what's the acuity like in terms of the amount of things like IEPs. But we can double check, but I don't believe that Gene Brown will be big enough for that yet. Yes, it'd be closer.
I also wanted to clarify, double checked our numbers, so just to clarify for math, it's math and purposes. So there would be 207 students going from Burris Elementary to Beach Elementary. It's 26 students going from Burris Elementary to Gene Brown, and it's 17 going from that would be going from Knox Doss to Hawkins Middle School. And then T.W. Hunter's about 100. But we, won't get a final number till we know who wants to stay and who wants to go.
And probably the most, I think Mr. Lancaster was kind of alluding to this too, about working backwards from a timing perspective. And that's going to be a suggestion I have later on for a study session item that I'll bring up at the end. But I can tell from a personal, but also from hearing from families, that the timing of this, again, this is feedback too, was tough. And I understand that timing is not perfect, but to these families, May is already 40,000 things. I mean, I literally left my daughter's pre-K graduation, trying to get here on time. I just personally, and this is personally for me, I didn't like that the email went out the other night. That should never have gone out to parents, because then it just feels like this vote didn't matter. And I think that for the parents, none of that should have come out until after this discussion tonight happened. I think from what I've seen online and from talking to some of the Beach PTO, there's some great people there that are trying to connect with parents and are trying to bridge those gaps already. But I still think that we could have handled that better. There's a lot in this that in reality, we talk about looking at these numbers of schools. I mean, I just don't see how we don't have some type of a future rezone in the next 4 to 5 years. And I hope that all of this is a learning experience for some of us that will still be up here. Some of these just got reelected. We're in a serious issue, and my caveat to a lot of this would be that any of these families that are affected, if this were to be approved tonight, are not included in anything moving forward, at least in the next certain amount of time. Feedback we've gotten was the timing was rough. These parents are obviously pissed, and they have every right to be pissed. I think some of it even came back on staff at the schools. I know that because obviously I think I've had this, but stuff was said about my wife and me even, I get that. And I had a kid go into my wife's class crying because he's upset that his best friend isn't going to school with him. I mean, there's very real things here. So there's already a lot of feelings at the end of the school year. I would hope if we ever have to do this again, we do not do it the same way. So that is the feedback I got from families in my district. Obviously, not a lot of support, again, for the pre-K. And I wanted to make sure that I voiced their concerns and their questions.
So, Mr. Evans, you asked earlier about Gene Brown. With the additional students, Gene Brown would be just a tinge over 400, it's about 405, 410. So it would not, we've got schools that are in the 450s that don't have APs. So yeah, so I just wanted to clarify because I couldn't pull that number off. And and I would add on the other point, I understand there's never going to be a way to communicate a rezone that doesn't upset families. What we heard the last time is that they wanted the communication that it was being considered so they could come and speak. I think that's I see both sides of it. I see wanting to know, and then I see obviously I don't ever want to feel like that we've discounted the vote of the school board too. It's just and I do think that it's fair to say that there's after action reviews and growth from every experience that we learn, so the next time we can do it better. I don't really, I don't know that I see the necessity for a rezone in the next couple of years. Our growth has stalled in most of the county, and where it is growing, like Station Camp, there's not really a place. That's one of the things on the Capitol that I wanted to mention is there's not a place to, short of building a new school, there's not a, but there's not enough to really warrant building a new school in that area, nor would we ever be able to touch a piece of property in that area to build a new school, a new elementary school. So I think that's going to be, I think we're going to have to be creative on the Station Camp campus to try to figure something out, look at some other alternatives, but that's really the only pinch point. I do think we'll start to see, for instance, like a Creekside, when it was at Station Camp Elementary before it went to Liberty Creek. Creekside for decades had, or not, as long as it existed, had about 280 elementary students, because families would move in there with elementary kids, and when the kids got to be around middle school age, they would move to another subdivision, and new families would move in with elementary kids. So it just kind of replenished the elementary, but that neighborhood never grew up. I think what you're seeing now, that those homes are like 650,000 instead of 350,000, and because of interest rates and everything, families are staying. So some of these neighborhoods that had a high churn rate are kind of growing up a little bit now, and that's going to pull some of the burden off some of the elementary schools that are feeling that pinch right now. But we just have to kind of watch and see.
Mr. Lancaster?
All right, going back, we'll do one more math problem before the night's over with at least. 233 K-5 students are leaving Burris. And kind of going back to, because I think this is kind of it's a communication point that's hanging people up. It's not 200 pre-K that are going in.
Right, it's about 100.
100 and
105, 106 somewhere.
Okay, so that I think that's in the initial round of communication. It was like, hey, we're swapping 200 for 200, but it's really it's almost 2 to 1 that are leaving that are temporarily coming back in. Right. That's one piece. What other? I think it is kind of jumping over to what Wade or Mr. Evans said. If we can kind of get something on a standing agenda, or to discuss. Just, I know in August we always look at numbers of like enrollment, but maybe at that point also to say, hey, trend that out a little bit and say these are going to be our next pieces where we're going to probably have to do something. Yeah. I feel like most people that are at Burris realized that something was going to happen. I've heard that feedback for a few years. It's like, hey, we got a lot of.
Well, and I was hoping, we kind of figured out, we got our arms around at the start of the school year this year. If you remember, the pickup drop-off line was pretty brutal at the start. Kind of worked through some of that, and then when we get the the indication of the bridge, that's kind of the driving factor on the necessity of doing this now.
And then the other thing is, some of it's, people are like, well, you need to build bigger schools and foresee some of this, but it's hard to foresee. Like, you never know. Like, hey, we're going to drop a Durham Farms in your lap, or if interest rates were to significantly go back down to where they were, 8, 9 years ago, you're going to see a ton of turnover again, and you're going to have. Basically, what we have seen is growth, but not growth countywide. We've just seen pocket growth, and it's where you've got Jack Anderson has normally been a school that has grown astronomically year over year. Well, now that area is kind of stalled, but you've got Durham Farms is growing like crazy. You've got that little pocket around us, and you've got over around Liberty Creek. So
yeah, Mayor Clary did tell me that the last house in Durham Farm is done, so that's we're under construction. But if you look at Burris in some ways is also, I think, in some ways driven by the fact that we stayed open 93% of the time during COVID in elementary school. Because I think Burris was an area where we had a lot of people from other parts of the country move in, because Burris was at 583 in 2020, 2021, and went the next year to 661, then to 725, then to 774, then to 789, to 807. So that rise just exploded.
From a, excuse me, from the teacher side, if you're a speech therapist, say at Nanny Berry or George Wooden, what, are they all moving over there? Are we having headcount reduction? What's the plan with those for the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, those positions kind of move based on caseload. So there's always, like, part of the reason with SPED pre-K, with any of the things in SPED, is it's totally dependent on where the kids are. So, you know, like, for instance, like when we have deaf kids, when they transition from elementary to middle school, or when we have certain, you know, kids that require more medical attention, Ms. Herron has to move nurses around based on the acuity of it. So SLPs and things like that, traditionally, you'll have some, like, for instance, if you're at Station Camp Elementary, there's probably gonna always be enough to have a certain caseload there. But a lot of the other schools, you're either gonna have multiple schools, or it's gonna change based on just kids move, and then it's based on need and acuity.
I want to make sure I'm thinking about this the right way. We are voting tonight on a rezone. We are not voting on a pre-K plan. We are not lumping into this amendment or into this motion anything around pre-K. We're just talking about pre-K because that move, this motion, this rezone, opens up some ability for our team who spends a lot of time, effort, energy on making sure this pre-K program is top notch, has said this would be good for that group, right? So we're not voting on anything pre-K tonight.
That's correct.
Thank you.
As Mr. Evans said, and some of the speakers tonight, change is hard. Change is hard for adults, definitely going to be for these students. And this will be my first rezone, but I know from experience you all have been through it. So I'm sure that you talked about lessons learned. Do we have like a transition plan or a change do we have something in place to help those students go through this transition?
Yeah, so tomorrow night at, Mr. Lacey references for Westmoreland Middle.
Right.
Tomorrow night we have an open house at Hunter, I believe at 4:15. 4:30. They staggered the time so that there would be a lengthy time to come to Hunter, in case, because you'll have some families that have kids that'll be in both, and then going to Beach Elementary. And then I believe that Ms. Usher is going to do something a little bit later to get kids together with their like for those that did kindergarten registration, because that's obviously that's a big deal when you've got a new child coming into kindergarten. But they'll do some stuff over the summer to acclimate the children that are coming, thought they were going to go to Burris for kindergarten, and will now be going to Beach Elementary.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a best practice. And then as you get into the school year, I'm sure, I know administrators they're aware, but any formal, I guess, type of plan for supporting those students.
Yeah, I think what happens, like again, I don't want to seem flippant. It's not easy at any point. Right. The number one thing we can do when there's a rezone is put families in contact with the teachers and principals, because that reassures people that, because if you walk in, and I understand it, it's hard. I mean, I changed schools from 8th grade. I went from T.W. Hunter to White House High School. It's a transition, and there's a cost, because you walk out of the cafeteria the first time, you have to find your people. But my experience has been that when parents can talk to the principal and teachers, they feel really confident. I actually talked to Dr. Bowman the other day about it when we did that rezone before Liberty Creek opened. And he said you could feel the tension come out of the room when they got into T.W. Hunter, and they will find that because with any of our principals, but at Beach Elementary and T.W. Hunter, they're going to take wonderful care of kids. Now, in terms of like just the movement with the classes and friends and things like that, with 200 kids coming or 230 kids coming, it's going to be a lot of kids from the same neighborhoods and things like that, and they're going to try to take care of that. Like, the good news is there won't be a lot where it's like, I'm the one kid from my street, I'm going to be in a class with kids that I don't know.
Right.
And I think like our principals and guidance counselors and teachers are really good at identifying kids and getting them integrated into the culture. And, you know, if you've been to Beach Elementary or T.W. Hunter, they really do a lot of really positive culture things, just like Burris and Knox Doss. And so kids will get acclimated pretty quickly, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify what Ms. Browning was saying about pre-K, on the slide here, it does say that pre-K classes from the following schools will shift to Burris. So that's under the item, the agenda item, so we're not voting on that, is that right? That's not part of the motion?
That's
just want to make sure, because it's in the slide.
Yeah, I just wanted to show, I think, I wouldn't want to do something that major without informing you. And so, you know, I have the authority to do that because I have to manage the class sizes and everything like that. We have to make sure that we're doing best for our kids. We had to vote on Gallatin Early Learning Center because we were repurposing a building. Okay. And we ran that through the budget last year, but we're not really like.
So I just want to make sure that's going to be a later issue we're going to bring up.
Or do we even vote on it at all?
No, I don't think you vote on that at all. I have the authority to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And then,
I just, Mr. King, and I understand that, and it probably would have been cleaner if I had not done that, but I also don't like making a move like that and not communicating it to the board, because then it's like, you know, surprise, we moved a whole bunch of pre-K and didn't tell you. So I think that would be problematic.
Okay, and then the other thing I was thinking about is one of our speakers talked about rising fifth graders at Burris and the possibility of maybe keeping them at Burris. And one thing I was thinking about, another speaker talked about a phased plan. And I thought there were some valid points about, you know, these students have been there a long time. Suddenly to abruptly change them and send them to Beach, and then all of a sudden send them to middle school. I get that. That seems like two major moves. So my question, well, I'm just going to go ahead and make an amendment. I'm going to propose an amendment that rising fifth graders can stay at Burris if parents provide transportation. So currently enrolled fifth graders at Burris can option to stay there if they provide transportation, which is kind of like what we're doing at with some of the other schools. So that's my amendment.
So now we're discussing an amendment to allow fifth graders to remain at Knox Doss. Comments or? Okay, all right, so we're on the amendment right now. So comments on the amendment. Ms. Brady?
What would the repercussions be?
So it'll be 45 students that will be rising fifth graders. So you're looking at a significant part of that, you know, 237 students would be staying. So, you know, we're kind of recreating I understand wholeheartedly the sentiment. I would recommend against it, not because I don't disagree with parents wanting their kids to finish out at Burris. I 100% understand that. But at the same time, like we're doing the rezone to balance the schools, address the traffic situation, the other reasons that we stated earlier. And, you know, and I think too, like my experience with these things is if we allow the fifth grade to come up, then it's like I've got a rising fifth grader, but I also have a rising third grader or I have a rising second grader. Can we get a sibling exception? And then pretty soon we've kind of slippery slope back down into having the same problem. But I 100% understand the desire for that. It's hard when we're asking people to make a change in school.
So 45, if I'm doing quick math, we said 115 pre-K students. We're getting very close to having.
Back out.
Yeah. Thanks.
Again, on the amendment, Ms. Barnes?
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Stewart on the amendment?
It would, Mr. Des, it would also be, Ms. Brady, to your point, it would also impact 2 teachers. We'd have to leave 2 teachers at Burris because of that move of numbers.
So we would have 6. We are moving 6. Is that
It's 9
We're
positions.
moving
so-
9 positions, so we would only move 7 positions this year, and then we would probably have to move teachers again next year.
Mr. King?
Yeah, so my question is, of those 40, perhaps not all of them would want to stay, you know, like, what, that was my thought, like, maybe 10 of them want to stay.
Yeah, I feel like a significant number would probably stay because it's a school with a high car rider population.
Okay.
Is that fair, Mr. Nick? Yeah.
Yeah, so, given that discussion, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Mr. Lacy, are you? All right. Now we're back on the main motion. I know we had some people that chimed in, as far as Stewart. All right, Mr. Evans?
Yeah, just a couple of finalized things. Talk about some forecasting. I mean, the reality is that this is just living here, grew up in our schools, and being a product of our schools. These new developments are planned and built faster than we would even have a chance of being able to get the money or allocate or find space and build a school. I know we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like here in a little bit, but I would disagree that we're at a spot because I look at what's about to come up with the way. I mean, I see my drive just from here to going from where I live to here, and there's 6 new neighborhoods. I mean, good if you have any stock in Shell Brothers or Jones. I mean, you're doing all right, but it's they've got to go somewhere. And I know I live in a neighborhood where it's a lot of transplants. Pretty much everybody's from California in my neighborhood. I don't think that's going to stop. I think that people are still going to continue to seek to be here. And as far as a couple things, parking at Burris, I know we talked a little bit about that in the event, again, this were to be approved and we were to look at, if you're going to move, again, whatever, we've got to add some parking spaces. I mean, honestly, that grass, right? I mean, there's some things you can do. The grass right in front of there is already destroyed every year by all the parents parking in there anyway. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is. Just go ahead and pave it. Secondly, I something in just looking at where they're going to be doing the construction. I know we've talked ad nauseum about the turning lane and all those things. Well, part of the pushback that we've received from the city is that, well, who's going to pay for the equipment to get out there? Well, here's my scenario: is that we're going to have the equipment out here at this intersection. Let's work together. They're already going to have some of that equipment out there. Let's get that equipment up Spear Point and let's use it to do what we need to do on our site too. And I have an alderman that I'm very familiar with that lives in that area that I will send some strongly worded messages at family dinner to make sure that he advocates for this as well. But just looking at it from a project management perspective, I mean, that's just something I feel like we could advocate for in using our resources. Because everybody's just fighting over who's paying for what if we're ever going to do anything. So they've already got the equipment out there. Let's use it and work together. Last thing that came up, I think we've done a good job of trying to, Lord, I think, Jeremy, I appreciate every phone call. I think I've talked to Jeremy more than my wife in the last 6 days, just because I've heard every scenario. So families that have reached out to me and sent me messages, like I've tried to ask every scenario and this and that. And there was one that came up a couple times that I think is going to be hard. And we have our single parent families, and now we're looking at like KDDC and Beach Elementary at the same start time. I'm not proposing changing start times. Our problem is that what do we do? What do I tell these parents that if it's a single parent and we're allowing their kid to play sports at KDDC, I know we are giving them the choice to continue to go there, but what do I say to that parent? And I think that that's really tough outside of, if they don't want to do the bus or they don't feel comfortable doing the bus. I mean, this is just some wording and some stuff that personally, like I'm on the phone, I'm like, I feel for you. I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, I think there'd be a couple things. Like one, I mean, that's a decision that a family has to make. We want to provide the most amount of support we can. They could apply for an out of zone, and so probably the best thing to say would be to email me and explain the situation, and let us Renee and I look at this time of year. Renee, we probably look at 15, 20 out of zones a week.
Mr.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off a little bit that Ms. Barnes said about knowing that it's not good when you have to transfer and move. And I'm like you, Dr. Langford, I transferred from East Nashville to what I thought was Podunkville at that time because it was Greenbrier,
Yeah, it
Wichita.
was.
It was. But I want to encourage the parents of these children to step up with their kids and say, look, this could be us. Instead, let's you reach out and say, welcome. You know, we're going to make it easy for you. And that comes from the parents first, because the kids are just as confused. They're like, who are all these strange people coming into our school? So
Yeah.
I just want to encourage those parents to do that.
Yeah,
because-
and I think you will see, you know, Shackle Island is hospitable, and I think you will see, like, the day Mr. Lancaster and I were out last week for a retiring teachers party, and they were doing snow cones out on the, you know, like I feel quite confident that Beach Elementary and T.W. Hunter are going to welcome the new students.
Yeah, to
And I
show-
think their families will too.
Yeah, to show a little kindness, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on that a little bit. I've had a child at, good Lord, Beach Elementary for 10 years straight now, 11 years straight. We went through this with the students coming from station camp to us temporarily. Those teachers embraced they recognized, hey, this is an impact. We've got a great guidance counselor that recognizes this is an impact. They do as many things as quickly as possible to incorporate those new kids into that community. I think the best thing with this is they won't be leaving, that was big with Liberty Creek,
Yeah.
My daughter was in the middle of that as far as like having friends, you know, quickly making new friends, and then 2 years later losing those, not really losing them, but yes, they're moving to a different school and not being able to see them every day. And it's funny, like they still see each other. I mean, my daughter, Miss Heron's daughter, were classmates for a while and really good friends, and they still see each other from time to time and are still friends. And so it's it is a transition. It's tough, but at the same time, that school specifically has experience with it, experience like embracing and how to, they've already gone through it with a large number of kids coming into their school from a different district and understanding the challenges that the parents face, the challenges that the new kids face, and even Dr. Lovett, I think he's well aware of it as well. And personally, I don't think there's a finer school in the whole county than Beach Elementary and Hunter, but that's because I'm in the middle of it, and but that's one thing I would like to at least tell people, but also thank Dr. Lovett and Miss Ussery and the staff at Beach Elementary and Hunter for doing this open house thing and the event that we passed this tonight. That hey, it's the last day of school. It's summer's about to start. But they recognized that hey, we need to get on top of this as soon as possible and give these people at least an opportunity to see it before it's where you don't have to go all summer without. And I appreciate that. So,
Mr. Evans?
I just think, I appreciate the discussion, conversation. I think we owe it to the families that we had this level and depth of conversation and answered questions. It's tough, it's not fun. I think at this point it's motion to vote.
There's no other lights on, so I think we're ready to go. So, voting on the discussion or action regarding the proposed rezoning for Burris and Knox Doss Middle School. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
No. All right, 1 no. All right, thank you. Motion carries. Next item on discussion, next item on the agenda, discussion and or action regarding the proposed inclusive playgrounds at Gene Brown Elementary and Station Camp Elementary. Motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. Comments?
No, we had a lot of questions earlier. Any other additional questions? I do have one question. Sorry, Mr. Lancaster, I'll give you a second. One of the things that we had talked about back when we started the whole project initially was you talked about making sure that playground accessibility at the schools that weren't getting the new playground equipment yet, sidewalks, you know, the playground flooring. Has that been addressed at the schools, or?
We probably have a lot of work still to do there. I think we've tried to shore it up when we have a child that needs accessibility. But you know, in terms of like doing it to the scale of what we're doing here, no, but trying to make it, you know, like if there's mats, making sure there's not stuff and it makes it harder. But we can certainly, you know, I think that can be something we can work on, because we don't, in the interim, we don't want it to be inaccessible. We want to make it as accessible as possible in the interim.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yeah, before we vote on this one, a couple of comments. One, I'm definitely glad that we're actually seeing progress here. You know, I think everybody up here is. You know, there's people that worked hard and did a lot, like Ms. Cordner, for example. There's others that got us to this point. I don't want anybody to think that we are patting ourselves on the back and saying, all right, we got here, you know, we're done. My goal is to, who knows, if I am reelected, I always forget, you know, I'd like to be done with how many schools do we have, elementary schools? 30. We got 2, you know. I would love for us to set a goal to be, for a specific timeline to be completed. I mean, if we run a bond or something like that and can get them all in one fell swoop, that's fine with me. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it a different way. But the other comment, and it's not really a comment, but we talked about how many students were impacted. And we gave numbers of 8 and 4 or whatever. And that's really not true, because if you've met Greer, if you've met any of these kids, it's not just for them. It's for every kid in that class with them to be able to play with their friend on the playground. So it's however many kids are at Gene Brown and how many kids are at Station Camp Elementary. Yes, this is equipment designed for students with special needs, but it is giving students an opportunity, all students an opportunity to play together. And that's the biggest thing, because anytime you have numbers go around, then you start, I'm a numbers guy, you start saying, hey, that's $300,000 we're spending on 8 students. That's not true. That's $300,000 we're spending on 1,100 students. And I just want to make sure we get that, you know, it's not anything that whoever, it doesn't matter who asked it. It was not what they were even saying. I just want to make sure that message is out there, that this is for all of our students. You know, one thing, we had special needs, or Special Olympics a couple of weeks ago, and my daughter, and I, you know, rarely brag on my kids, but I will brag on my kid on this one. My daughter has been a special needs buddy this year, and she went and worked with her buddy at Special Olympics. Let me tell you, as a dad, there's very little things that she could do that's more impressive to me. And I've seen her do all kind of flips across the stage doing in dance competitions, but to see your child have a heart like that, it's great. So I rarely get emotional, but you know, that's one of them. And it's this kind of stuff that we show kids at an early age. Hey, this child's in a wheelchair. This child is on a walker. she's still a part of our class. And that is a mindset that I am extremely proud that we're going towards. Not everything we do I love. I don't like rezoning people. I know people are pissed off at me right now. I get it. But this one, I can go home and thank the Lord that I got to do this today. So, thanks.
Mr. Lacy?
One of our speakers made the statement, if we don't use the money, we lose it. This money will be here, if it's left over, it'll be here next year for this, for these.
We'll request, yeah, I'm glad I meant to say that earlier. We will request, and they'll most likely just leave it. I mean, they could theoretically take it back, but I don't see that as a possibility.
And then my question is, these two schools and hopefully a third, we can vote on that, and all three of these will be done this summer?
The two for sure. The third it'll probably take a little bit of time, but I do think, Mr. Lacy, to your point, I do think that one of the advantages of Whitten is we've got land there, so we wouldn't be limited. Like Station Camp Elementary, that would have to be done in the summer because of accessibility to the playground. But Whitten, we probably can work after school starts.
There's probably space, but we haven't looked at it yet even.
Yeah.
So.
We'll do our best to try to make that happen.
Ms. Brady?
Actually, want to amend my own motion. I'd like to also include board approval to move forward with the recommendation that
For Whitten.
Whitten goes next. Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second. I think you were my original second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't think we need to vote.
Just a second. Mr.
So-
Johnson?
Okay, so it's her motion, so it's not an amendment, she's just rolling it into her original motion, just to clarify to everybody. As long as the second's cool with it, and I got the second is you, Ms. Stewart, so.
All right, so the discussion is to recommend approval for the playgrounds at Gene Brown and Station Camp with Whitten being next on the list, using the money we have allocated to begin that process. We don't have to vote on it, can you include it with the motion? All right. Mr. King?
I'm just wondering procedurally, we're voting on bids, but adding to these bids,
We will still have to approve any money that's spent.
It's not an amendment. It kind of is an amendment, right? Because
I think, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, so how I interpret the motion, and Ms. Brink can correct me if I'm wrong, is that what you're doing is you are approving these bids and you're also authorizing staff to move forward with the bid process to bring back bids for George Whitten. You would then vote on those bids to approve them. So you're not approving bids for George Whitten because we don't have bids for George Whitten. You're just directing staff to move forward on getting those bids and bringing them back to you. Is that correct, Ms. Brink?
And hopefully that'll help speed up the process just a little bit. Any other questions? All right, in that case, all in favor of inclusive playgrounds at Gene Brown Station Camp and moving forward with Whitten, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right. Next item, discussion or action regarding the Brinkley family donation of property near White House High School. Motion's approved. Second, Mr. Hollis.
Yeah, I'll just give you a quick update. The Brinkley family have been long-time citizens and realtors in White House. They reached out to me last week and wanted to know if we would be interested. There's an acre of land. It's almost, I think, it's right at an acre. It sits right behind the park that we talked about giving to the county to build the EMS station. It sits right behind that. It's wooded. It goes back to one of the subdivisions. But it's about an acre, and so they wanted to donate that to us. So what we would be doing is authorizing Mr. Presnell to talk to the Brinkleys and get a quitclaim deed to accept that property.
Just to clarify, since we are donating the property in front of it, will we access it through, it connects to our White House School property still, so we don't have to go through the EMS.
Yeah. And I reached out to Mayor Isbell because I didn't know how far they were on the EMS plan. I told him about it, so if they wanted to look, because it was kind of tight the way they were drawing the EMS station. But course, that would involve slowing down their project, because I just told him that was available, that I would, if we need to, would recommend to the board to look at that, because it's not necessarily a piece that I could see us immediately having use for. It would probably be better used with that EMS station, if that's a possibility, but it's also, like, it does give us more land to work with, and they're not making more land, so it's a very generous gift by the Brinkley family, and I'm very appreciative. So probably what we will do is, once we get the quick claim date done, then we'll do a little bit of a celebration to honor them for making this gift.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Before we get to item number 5, can I get a motion to extend the time to 10?
So moved.
All right, King, second. Ms. Brennig, all right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right. Let me go ahead and let Dr. Langford start his presentation. We can follow it through here, but if you need to go, and that way we can make sure we have time for discussion, if that's okay.
Okay.
I think we'll have other people right behind us. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna when we get this conversation going, then I'm gonna do the same thing when they get back. So, I wanted to. I'll wait. Chris, can y'all switch me back to the presentation? As they're doing that, I'll go ahead and start. So, one of the things I leaned into, some of the stuff, we've seen a lot of this stuff before, but I've leaned into, we've been talking multiple times, it seems like at every meeting, about having a conversation about what the board's directives are on capital projects. And so I'll, not just capital projects, but this being one of the pieces. Obviously, like at our board presentation last week, we don't have a ton of capital in the budget. And that's just reality. And so we've got to make some decisions, short-term and long-term, about capital projects. I've talked to several commissioners. There's not like a crazy amount of capital, but they are willing to work with us with regards to some additional capital dollars to kind of help us, because we're kind of all in the same boat in terms of inflation eating our revenues pretty quickly. In addition, I won't go back through the board the budget presentation, but there's a lot of factors affecting the money we have available for capital, not least of which is we've completed about $50 million, a little bit over $50 million of capital projects over the last few years. You saw we had the ribbon cutting at Hendersonville today. They are doing, if you couldn't make the ribbon cutting, they're doing an open house tomorrow afternoon. It really looks great. Paul Good, who, by the way, we probably need to honor at a future board meeting. Paul Good was named the State Athletic Trainer of the Year this week, and he's pretty fired up about his new space. And the best part is it's big, but it also it's got exterior doors, so it allows kids, so much easier for all the different athletes to come in there. So really excited about the projects that we're completing and the ones that we've already completed. But as we've talked about tonight, I think where we're going to start thinking long term is how do we want to take some bites out of these capital projects? I know, like with our accessible playgrounds, Miss Herring and the team that she's leading, they are writing grants. With this master plan, it puts us in a position to write grants to try to help us get outside dollars to help pay so that we can do more than 2 or 3 at a time. I think there's opportunities for corporate giving to help offset, but then the majority of it is going to have to be something. I would echo what Mr. Lancaster said. It's the right thing to do, and let's do it. I do like the idea of setting a goal for how quickly we want to do that, but I think that's something that's the conversation that I think the board needs to do. So what I would like to do is run through these and then let y'all talk and give us some kind of guidelines and ideas, and we'll put something together next week to kind of prioritize what we would ask for assistance from the commission on versus what we build into hours. I would request, we have such a small amount of hours, I would request that we not designate a lot of it, because if we do, then we're getting a spot where we have something happen. For instance, we had a roof damage at White House. There's it's probably gonna be around $200,000. But we have to do that, and that's gonna, when you have 6 million square feet of heated and cooled space, we're going to have those things. We're gonna have an HVAC unit that goes out like at Beach this year. Now, that one will mostly be covered by insurance minus our deductible, but we have to pay that up front to get it, and then the money comes in much later, so we gotta have enough liquidity in our capital to be able to absorb those things. So all that said, I just kind of set the tone, and then I'll run through this. You've seen this before. I just want to kind of refresh, and then I think it would be great to have a board conversation for y'all to talk, for us to take notes, and we'll try to put some priorities together to present to you next week. I mean, I can easily give you a list of $15, $20 million of capital projects that I would recommend we start on immediately. We don't have $15, $20 million worth of money, so we have to prioritize. So I'd like to hear from y'all what your priorities are and how we want to tackle some of this. So I'll run real quickly. You know, accessible playgrounds. Really excited about the ones we approved tonight. I'm excited that we can go ahead and get started on Whitten and try to get that one turned around as quickly as possible. I think that honors the commitment that we made last year in the budget, along with the money that we received from the commission. I think it all, you know, it absolutely reflects the committee and the work that they've done, and it puts us closer to having our third one done. But you know, I know it's not 30, but it's 3 more than where we were, and we'll hop, and then we'll take a big jump. All right, additional athletic facilities. These are the projects that we listed as kind of a phase 2, and I think there's certainly some other things that we would probably add as we dig in. I do think that I'm glad that after Merrill High won, I think their 3rd straight state championship, we're getting closer to them having actual tennis courts on campus. But we've got some things to look at White House, Portland, Westmoreland, Beach, still with the track. Remember, we did the dirt work. We've got some work to do in Gallatin. I think a question we're going to have to ask in Gallatin is, if we're going to consider building a new school, it makes sense to do the fields when we do that and put that in a bond, because it's so much cheaper. If you remember, we saved significantly by doing the dirt work for the track at Beach when we had all that equipment out, doing all the stadium work. Whenever we build that track, it'll save us a ton of money because we've already done the dirt work. I did get a thank you, by the way, from the Beach Cumberland Presbyterian Cemetery Board. We put in a fence to protect the cemetery. It was requested that it be chain link because they've had people that have bought graves over there that want to make sure they have an unobstructed view of the Beach football stadium. So we were able to accommodate that. So we got a chain link fence there, so you can see the stadium from the cemetery.
I've never been a part of the bonds. Can you explain how that works? And if you get a bond, does that automatically mean that you're going to have a tax increase? Or is that something that you can work without a tax increase?
Yeah, like a county would have so the county commission would have to take out a bond. A commission has a certain amount of money that they can borrow right now that would not require a tax increase. You know, it's like they put money in debt services. Right now they're doing that to pay off. Commissioner Schoaf has done a good job of paying down debt that was incurred a long time ago when interest rates were higher, while leaving, you know, the debt that we took on for like Liberty Creek and the courthouse of the county was borrowed at like 1.85, 1.9, something like that. The interest rate was so low, you're really probably just better paying those bond payments out of debt services than you are paying that off. But some of the debt that was acquired a long time ago, incurred a long time ago, if it's at 4 or 5%, that's what they've been paying off. So when you do that, you know, the bond company comes in and looks at, this is very much a layman's, I've done a couple bond issues when I was on the commission, so I'll give you kind of the overview, but there's much more technical aspects to this than what I'm sharing with you. But basically, you know, the commission could identify how much money they could take on if they chose on a bond. If you wanted to go beyond that, that's when you would start to talk about you'd have to have additional revenue. So it would not, you know, there would be some level of capacity for a bond. Of course, they're also going to have needs that need to go on a bond too, because, you know, there's a need long-term at the county, there's a need for support for highway. We'll have to build You will have to build a new jail at some point. They feel the same pressures of growth that we do. So any kind of bond issuance, and I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I can tell you from experience, you know, there's needs across the county to address the growth that we talked about in the rezoning. And you want to try to stay ahead of that, because what you don't want to do is get in a situation where you're forced to do it, because then you end up paying more to go fast than to plan ahead. So short answer is it would not necessarily require a tax increase. There would be some level, I don't know what that amount is. But the good thing is we've always had, you know, we're pretty fiscally responsible, and that helps us get a better bond rating, which then means lower interest rates.
And I'll just mention, when you mentioned, you know, Gallatin High School on here, and you mentioned, you know, the fact that, you know, we're looking to potentially build a new high school. And when you build that high school, similar to Liberty Creek, Station Camp, the other schools, you would look at putting all those facilities on that campus. You know, the challenge of Gallatin right now is, you know, you've got a number of facilities that aren't on campus. You know, football's one. I know there's talk from the, you know, from our quarterback club about turfing that field, you know, or turfing, you know, where we've got the track. I think that's a conversation that you have to have, is what's the timeline for building a new high school? Because you don't want to put a couple $1 million into a new facility if you're going to have one a couple years down the road. At the same time, you know, when you look at the baseball program, and I'm a little bit passionate about that because my boys play baseball, but it's probably the worst baseball facility in our county. And I don't mean field. Coach Wilson, the baseball staff, you know, the city have done a lot. Really, our coaching staff have done a great job to make that field as playable as it can possibly be. Most of the money that's been poured in that field has not come from the city. It's $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 that the school has raised and put into that field. When I played in the mid-90s, when we showed up at the park, we changed our cars in the parking lot. It's 31 years later, they still change in their cars in the parking lot. If it's going to be 3, 5, 7, 9 years down the road before we have a facility on campus, I know City of Gallatin, like the City of Hendersonville, you know, they share that park. But I do think it's something that we need to look at. I know we've had some conversations offline with the city about putting some money into it and partnering with them. And I think that's something that, as we're looking at these facilities, that we could look at turfing the field. You know, you're looking at about a $500,000 cost to turf that field. The benefit of that is, as we've talked to TSSAA, that gives us 4 turf fields in the surrounding area. That opens up to the opportunity to host in the TSSAA state baseball tournament, because you've got turf fields, you don't have to worry about rain delays, you've got adequate facilities that also mean, in addition to the turf, you need to have a place where those kids could get dressed, not in parking lots. So there's some work around that on the baseball side. That you know, to me, again, I think, you know, Mr. Lacey at Westmoreland's got some concerns about their athletic facilities. And I know we're not just talking about athletic facilities, but that's one area where I hear a lot of feedback, and we could really use some support in that area, along with, you know, these other facilities that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I want to be careful, Mr. Daly. I don't want to be presumptuous of our cities, because they do a lot before, but I do think what you're hitting on is something. Historically, we've just all built our own stuff because we had plenty of land, and it was mostly parent, community driven anyway. But as we enter a new era where there's not as much land, you know, I'm thinking like, one of the huge needs we have is tennis courts in the northern part of the county. And, you know, that could be, the city of Portland is great to work with. That could be an area where we could look for, kind of like what you're talking about with Gallatin with baseball, like what we did in Hendersonville. It just makes a huge difference. And I think everybody's going to have to be more creative in the way that we approach these problems, because it also doesn't, it's not, to my mind, it's not fiscally responsible for us all to build our own stuff when we can share and leverage that. So then, you know, to Mr. Lacey's point, we're not having to look at raised taxes, because we're all just doing our own thing. If we can share some, you know, that where we're having to buy land and then develop the land and run utilities and stuff like that.
Mr. Lacey?
Yeah, I was just going to start out, you know, Gallatin High School. If we don't do new campus soon, I think the home side we really need to replace those bleachers. I think they're really, really bad.
The interesting thing is that railroad iron that they put under there evidently would last until the end of time. It's aesthetically there are problems with it, but that iron, that steel, like the structural engineer was basically like, stuff's been around since World War I. It's and they spared no expense on cement and iron and steel. So, but I'm with you 110%. We need to do something because it's not very. It's kind of like what we talked about with North Sumner. It's usable, but we can get safer and we can definitely get more aesthetically pleasing and more usable.
And like I said, we're talking about athletic facilities. Westmoreland, they would love to have turf on the football field. This is just stuff I've gathered. Turf on the football field, baseball fields. I even heard the indoor practice facility. They'd like to have an indoor practice facility. And one big thing, I even heard it on graduation, when we were at graduation, they would love to have their baseball field, the gravel driveway parking lot. They would love to have that paved. When it rains, all the gravel washes into the street. And as we were leaving graduations, I could see cars driving over it and a dust cloud flying up because all the gravel was in the road. So that's some of the things that I have seen and heard.
Yeah. I shared this before with Merrill Hyde. I think there's a need. We've got another run of older facilities that have not been renovated. Merrill Hyde is perennially ranked in the top 25 in the country in terms of schools, and they don't have some of the science labs and equipment that our other high schools have. So it's partially an equity thing, partially that school has not been renovated. For most of us that grew up here, it's still the old Knox Doss. And I think they've done a tremendous job taking care of it and doing whatever they can, but there's better that we can do that we need to dig in and look. I'll start that one up pretty soon.
I got a text message right before we came in here, asking for help from a parent asking for help with the HVAC. It needs support. It's not doing what we need it to do.
Yeah. Likewise, we've got Indian Lake and Ellis that are in that, in that age where, because for instance, like Indian Lake has HVAC units that need to be replaced, and they're the older ones that are really expensive to replace. And to me, this would be something like, this is where they're going to start teasing out where we put these different things. They've done a good job keeping up Indian Lake. They've done a great job keeping up Ellis, but they're both just at the point, where we did a couple years ago with the 3 football stadiums. Is at a certain point, you've got to do some significant renovations, and it's more than just our maintenance department can do to put Band-Aids on stuff.
Ms. Brennan?
Just with that kind of a renovation, have we talked at all or looked at all at Oakmont as well? It seems like they're starting to get to the point where we should be looking at how big they've grown. Like, what's their growth over the last few years? What's the growth going to look like? And are they outgrowing that building?
Yeah, I think absolutely. At a certain point, that school is landlocked, so you can only put so many kids in that space. So I do think, at some point, no one in the history of that area has ever thought that we would have to consider tightening the boundaries of Oakmont. But we're probably not too far, they run about 165, but it's built for about 165. And so, it's interesting. It's kind of like every time I drive by Liberty Creek, I'm amazed because Liberty Creek was not considered bougie when I was a kid and lived out there. We were the country.
Mr. Hawes?
What, for Indian Lake and Ellis down there on the peninsula, what are the student population trends for that projecting out to be?
It's pretty flat. Actually, Indian Lake.
Seems like it's going down.
Indian Lake has gone down. Yeah, Indian Lake has gone down. Nannyberry's gone, stayed the same or gone up a little bit, but it seems like in Indian Lake it'll go cyclical, because Indian Lake was at like 550 5 years ago, and now they're down in the 400s. So, I don't know if that's.
So they have some capacity over there, both even at Ellis. I think they're down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm from growing up and going to Nannyberry and Ellis, it's pretty, like, I put it to you this this way, just that, like, my friends' parents still live in those neighborhoods. Like, they haven't moved.
Yeah.
Hendersonville is down. What's Hendersonville's total? Because, I mean, my only concern about Hendersonville High School, I know these all feed into it, is like, you get really close to probably reclassifying some of these districts for some of these sports, because I just don't see where we're getting kids to go into the high school too.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a function of, I think the hard part is if interest rates drop 2 points, then everybody's moving back to Sumner County. And that's the, you know, that's going to be the thing. Or you're going to have suddenly, you know, neighborhoods have lives, and at some point those parents are going to start selling those houses, and younger families are going to start moving back in. Now, interestingly, that's not happened as much on the Walton Ferry Peninsula as I thought it would. But you know, we're just in kind of a weird, growth is strange in Sumner County right now. It's really hot in the Station Camp area, but not in the Jack Anderson, Indian Lake area. So we'll have to watch that. But you know, we do need, you know, Ellis was, it's crazy to imagine Ellis was the original, you know, it was one of the older Hendersonville high schools and used to run 2,200 students through before Beach opened. So, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. This again, just beyond what we can do. But I do agree, like we would need to like kind of look at the projection to figure out what's the scale of a renovation, because we may not want to do the entire space if we project that the population is going to stay in that kind of 450, 500 range. And you know, this would be the biggest one. I do think, you know, Mr. Evans brought this up earlier about growth. The area where we're 110% going to continue to have growth is Gallatin. And I do think we're going to have to start thinking about that. You know, that school is the oldest high school in the county. It's in really good shape because it's been very well taken care of. But, you know, at a certain point, it's a little bit like we're going to Merrill Hyde, we've got to upgrade the facilities, and the question is at a certain point, if you're adding on a whole bunch of facilities, it's easier to repurpose that building and build a new one. That would require, that will be, to Mr. Daniels' point a minute ago, that's a little bit more of a lengthier process because we'd have to find land. And then there's the development of the land. You're looking a little bit like more, the good news is I don't think it would be like Liberty Creek where we had to, I don't ever want to do a project again where we have to run a sewer 4 miles. But I don't think, you know, you'd be hard pressed to find a piece of land in Gallatin now where you would have to do that much infrastructure development.
I think the big thing with the campus is finding land that allows us to create this lake in the background. You know, we've got a fishing team, you know, we need to make sure that we add that.
There's also a national forest behind it too.
Yeah, there's hunting team.
Not everybody's as good with AI as Mr. Lancaster.
Yes.
I'll give him a hat tip.
I got a question. It's not just a comment, but anyway. I don't know that this might be a slide that you haven't got to, but when we talk about Station Camp growth, at least for the elementary school, like you say, it's, you know, there's not a whole lot of places to go. Oh, yeah, we got a slide. So, would we be thinking about kind of doing like we did at White House and having, do you have space to put like an intermediate building or an add-on there?
No.
Okay.
I wish we did. I think, you know, I think one of the things that I think we'll want to do, we get the architect. I've got that on another slide coming up. What's that?
I was thinking like risk. We could play, you know, we could just conquer Welsh College.
Just take it over.
They might have a slightly different opinion. Just like kind of slowly build over on their land for the Greenway. You know, my question would be, and this would require an architect, is could we do an addition on Station Camp Middle? Because Station Camp Middle is full right now. I mean, full. And you know, Station Camp Elementary is not far off. The problem is there's really no place to rezone Station Camp because we got Burris on one side and Howard on the other, Liberty Creek North, and those elementary schools are all kind of in the same boat. You know, at the same time, we've got tons of room in Station Camp High School. So, you know, we could easily put another 500 or 600 students at Station Camp High School. So, you know, don't hear me to say that this is a recommendation from the director of what we should do. You know, like a Robertson County will just move a 7th or 8th grade into a high school space. You could certainly do that at Station Camp because there's plenty of room to do that. That would be an easy way to solve some of the problem. But then you've got like this kind of weird 6th, 7th grade school. You know, and if you slide a grade from Station Camp Elementary up, then you've just recreated the same. You know, it's like it's more. At that point, it's not as much risk. It's like the game where you have to move the cars out of the garage. I think that there's some solutions that we could look at around Jack Anderson, but Jack Anderson's population has also dropped a little bit. It's not as pinched as it was a couple years ago.
Mr. Hollis?
I know at Station Camp Middle, the wing that never got finished, how many if we finished out that wing, how many students would that accommodate? And would that even be a drop in the bucket on what's needed?
What do you think, Amanda? Probably 150 or so.
The unfinished wing at Station Camp Middle, if that was finished out, how many students would that accommodate?
There's a place you can cut across that back where it's open. We would have to get, I mean, ballpark, I'd say 100, 150, but we have to get an architect. I'm not sure, because some of that, when I talked to Andy Brown about it, we've got some geothermal lines that run out that way, but to figure out exactly where we could build. But I do think that there's room for that wing, but I'd like to get an architect to tell us, you know, I would guess, just based on the size of the school, probably 100, 150, probably 150. That would go a long way towards the, yeah. The problem is, it just means that there's not, like, we won't touch land on Greenlee, you know, which would be the most logical place to build something if you were trying to download some of Station Camp. Plus, you would have schools like, you'd have like Howard Station Camp and a new school like right on top of each other. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes, all my grandkids are in Kentucky schools, and you're not going to have the answer to this, and I can't think of schools across the county. Do we ever go up? Is that an option to go vertical, go up to build more space? I see that in Kentucky schools.
I mean, we could, yeah.
It's not ideal.
We could do anything. It's just, you know, what would the cost be?
Right.
You know, like I don't particularly love 2-floor elementary schools if we can get away from it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Like, if you're in Station Camp Elementary, it's like Grand Central Station. My cousin's son is, I don't know what grade, I think he's in 4th or 5th grade now, but he compares lunch at Station Camp to the feeding of the 5,000 every day. He actually referenced it in Sunday school. But yeah, I mean, I think as we, you know, the good news is we're not catching the growth that a Rutherford is. Where Rutherford's adding basically like a middle school every year. You know, our growth has been flat the last 2. We actually dipped down a little bit. Now, I think the moment interest rates go down, our growth will go back up. But, you know, for right now, we're kind of stalled because, you know, interest rates and that rapid, you know, if you look like between the 2019 appraisal and the 2024 appraisal, our home values went up 76%. And so we've kind of priced a lot of young families out of moving to Sumner County right now. But if you drive up Bethpage, Westmoreland, Portland, you're starting to see new housing and development come in that is more affordable.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes, Gallatin High School, how many students currently are enrolled?
In a high school, it'll tail off because of early graduation and stuff like that. I'll get you a number right now, but
how many were there this year?
About 1,620, 1,600.
1,600 students. And how many, if we built a new campus, how many students would you build it big enough to hold?
So this would be, I think this is another interesting strategic thing for the board to think about. Historically, philosophically, we've not done what Rutherford, Wilson, and Williamson have done. We've not built 2,500 student high schools because we felt like those were too big. But I think that's a question we'll have to explore. I don't think we would want to build another high school that's at like 1,700 because that's kind of where we are. So I think we have to at least go to 2,000, and maybe what we would do is do something where we go to 2,000, but then have the ability to add. I'm really not a fan of 2,500 student high schools, but you know, and you know, we've got so much capacity at Liberty Creek and Station Camp that I don't necessarily think we would need 2,500 a gallon. I think 2,000 would be kind of the sweet spot, but we'll have to watch. There's such weirdness in our population growth right now. We'd have to watch a little bit. So probably in a year or so we would know a little bit better. But you know, not 1,700, probably at least 2,000. But we'll have to watch what happens at Station Camp, High School, and Liberty Creek.
What would we do with the GHS building?
It's another great strategic question for the board to start weighing in. You know, I think some things that I would throw out there as ideas. I think we save substantially on our insurance plan through our one-to-one clinics, and we put those in schools, and we're limited always because we don't have enough space in the school. So for instance, like when we put the x-ray machine in Ellis Middle School, we're saving substantially because we're paying, you know, 1/10 to 20% of what you pay if you go to the emergency room and get an x-ray. We've added online physical therapy and physical therapy for our employees that's being utilized. So I think you could create a large part of the space. You could use as a large one-to-one type clinic style where we could run a significant amount of healthcare, preventative healthcare type things that would save us on the back end, would save us millions, because we do save substantial. That's not the only thing. I think you could ask serious questions like we've got R.T. Fisher in an 80-year-old building that needs substantial work all the time. And is that something where we would want to maybe consider shifting the focus of what R.T. Fisher is? It's an alternative school, but if you bring it over, you've got the opportunity to take advantage of the CTE space. There are some schools that have kept an alternative concept, like Kingsport they've got Dobbins Bennett that's massive, like 2,500 students. But they actually have an alternative school that's a STEM school, and they have kids that just don't fit in a 2,500 student school because it's too big, and they opt to come there and stay, and they do all the great STEM stuff, but then they sprinkle in the alternative school kids into those classes, and you really can't tell the difference. That would be a creative purpose. We would have a lot of flexibility. We're pretty much, this last renovation that we've done in the central office pretty much taps out our central office space. It would be a great place to relocate. It's more centrally located. It would be a great way to address some of our long-term needs in just terms of being more accessible to all the county, and you know, having more, you know, space to do trainings and different things like that. There's 100 other things we could do too.
What about, like, I know we're working with TCAT out in Portland. I know the way Gallatin High School's set up with the different wings in the back building, there may be some opportunities there as well.
100%. I think you'll start to see, and this would probably go back to the size of the school, Mr. Lacey, like, I think you'll see a fundamental shift in high school. Like, I think that's what we're tapping into with the Innovation Center. I think if we build a new Gallatin High School, probably the last big comprehensive high school we would build, because I think you're going to start to see a whole lot more movement of kids. For instance, you know, like, I think there's a chance we may have some space at the airport in the next couple of years for aviation. I think we could absolutely use that space because, you know, what was the number we heard yesterday? You know, historically people have said that the Ridge is interested in trades and the southern part of the county is interested in college CTE classes. And then we had some class that we offered down here, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like 90 kids.
Yeah,
oh, it was
Station
electrician stuff at Station Camp, and they filled 3 classes immediately. So there's a hunger for those programs in the southern part of the county. We've just not offered them with the same intensity that we have in Portland, White House, and Westmoreland. So that, you know, that Gallatin High School would give you a great partnership opportunity with TCAT. I think apprenticeships, things like that. You know, it's a great big building. that would offer a whole lot of flexibility to do a whole lot of different things that would serve the students and staff of Sumner County.
And you've got a lot more manufacturing that's starting to move down from the ridge down into Gallatin with around the airport area.
Yeah, and Portland, you know, so it kind of, there's a kind of a network there. Portland just got a, you know, a great new industry partner. All right, so in addition to all the cool things, we also have a whole lot of paving, HVAC, roofing, electrical, and updating, automating facilities. There's substantial money. TVA, we've started jumping in. TVA's doing grants to switch to LED lights, to do a whole bunch of different things like that. We try to take advantage of those whenever we can because it saves us substantial money as we retrofit those things. But we'll always need a certain amount of capital just to stay on top of this stuff. Like for instance, I think Mr. Langer said this last time, with an additional 200 kids going to Beach Elementary, we're going to have to do some work on that parking lot. It's got to be repaved. You know, that will be a part of the capital presentation I'll give you next week, is to get that work done. It's up near the top of the list, I think, of senior need.
Fish are biting on the road pretty good.
We'll just wait till it gets hotter. It'll be better. And then these were some questions. You know, we've hit several of these already, but I think to kind of close out the conversation, these are things where I think it would be helpful for us to get some feedback from y'all. I would say I think we'll be able, hopefully by the June board meeting, to bring you a recommendation for the architect. Ms. Brown put money in the budget for the architect, and we'll try to get that recommendation to you in June, so we can get rolling on some master planning.
I do have one question, and it's not technically budget related, but and you know, Mr. Lancaster, a resident mathematician, is, you know, posted a number of comments online about the budget and explaining that. But you know, one of the comments he made, and I think you've made the comment before, is that we've kind of transitioned a little bit more from funding for our school system, you know, is more heavily focused on sales tax versus property tax. And there's a lot of benefits to that. Is there any concern as we move into the next year to 2 years with the price of gas, some of the things going on economically, that we may see a dip, and how that will affect our budget and reallocation of pennies?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, you know, we'll have a new commission seated in September, and regardless of how it goes, some of those things will change, but we are more vulnerable. The more sales tax, you know, property tax is right like rain. Sales tax you get more of when times are really good, but then if we get a recession, the bottom falls out of that. But the commission can always reallocate the way the pennies are done and the sales tax and things like that. So I'm pretty confident. You know, we've had a great working relationship with Mr. Schoaf over the last few years for him to try to get us revenue numbers as soon as they could, and try to keep moving us up with new revenue. So, you know, but there has been about a 10% shift from property tax to sales tax. Like our property tax went down about 10%, and sales tax went up. We got around the same amount of money, but it came in just a different form. But yes, that is a risk.
Ms. Brittany?
To that second bullet, I think one of the things that we really need to be conscious of is, as many good things as we have we can do, we can't do it without the commission. And I already love that we do lunches at schools.
Yeah, we need to restart that.
It needs to start back up again, but having not been on the board long enough to do this, are there ways that we can have a working group with members of the commission, a planning team with members of the commission? I know there's laws around open meetings and that we would need to pay attention to, but I think the best plan we can come up with is going to be one where we've partnered really well up front with the commission.
Yeah, I 100% agree. There would be, in some of those things, you have to use me or the county mayor, because, you know, it's just a little different for us on open,
Totally.
you know, sunshine laws. So, you know, I love the idea. I will throw this out there. historically, when we did the commission school board lunches, they were not scheduled by the superintendent. They were scheduled by board members and commissioners working together, and then we just coordinated. I'm happy to do it. What would help me if I'm going to do it is, what would y'all like to see and where would you like to go? Because I think it was hugely beneficial 2 years ago when we got everybody out in buildings. It just gave us, to your point, it gave us time to get to know each other's people and walk around and see amazing stuff. I think there's value also in us doing some of that stuff with county projects and see some of the work that's done there.
I'll start the conversations. I think we need to do some tours with some of those county commissioners in the areas where we have identified that we need support. I think that's helpful just to be able to start those conversations. One of the things that potentially there's some opportunity for is between you and the county mayor, just gathering feedback. You know, their parents as well. Many of them have kids in the schools. It would be interesting to kind of have some perspective on what they see as important as well. I think it's a lot of back and forth, and some of that will have to go through you. But I think the partnership has to be there, and I think we have an opportunity now to lay that groundwork well.
Yeah, and I think just like we mentioned earlier when I was talking to Mr. Daniels about cities, the same is true with the county. There's a lot of things where we can share. I think there's a number of areas where we could cooperate, and it's beneficial to both. So I think that we can, we're just going to be in a trajectory where we're going to try to save every penny we can by being as efficient as possible. And I know that's a key goal for Mr. Isbell, for Mayor Isbell also.
Ms. Rollins?
Two things. The first one is going to be really out in right field, but I think you said we have 6 million square feet of building space. And the only reason I have a friend, they own a farm, and the power company actually came out and paid them to put solar panels. Have we ever explored a partnership to put solar panels on all the roofs and provide power and sell it back to the...
We haven't, but we could certainly,
I'm just thinking of ways to think outside the box for revenue or something like that.
Yeah, I think we can.
And they make a ton of money by and they don't pay for anything.
No, we got lots of roofs.
So that's one thing. And then the other, just thinking about efficiency of, as businesses evolve and things, I'm not calling out a specific service, but, just a review of, I don't want to use the word outsourcing, but to see if we're doing things as competitive as it could be done by a third party to save money or be more efficient with the caveat of, not losing head count, not to panic people, but I know you and I think we've had some conversations about different areas, but I think that could be an area to just see where we're at. Are we efficient?
Yeah.
I mean, they're working good, but
yes. No, yeah, absolutely.
Ellis would look good with this solar roof. Just
make the whole thing a solar
golden dome or something.
We'll get that done. I'll say he was.
I mean, I've joked about this, but it's not. Playgrounds have to be. A lot of the playgrounds have to be coded in a certain color, so it'd be really easy to do a DraftKings playground. It'd be in that orange and green.
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I think DraftKings might be banned by other board policy, but
just say
Serpro might be a possibility.
No, I agree though. There's always ways we got to constantly think outside the box. So I'm with you on that. I would say a couple things. I don't really know. We're supposed to be kind of discussing, I guess, what we're looking for. If you look at Station Camp, we got that track done. Do we have a final cost on what that track costs? That project?
I'll look it up while we're talking.
That's cool.
I've got a spreadsheet with.
I think it'd be similar to what was Merrill Heights. I mean, I know it's not done, but we have an idea of projection of how much the final cost was for Dennis.
Let me.
While you're looking,
I'll find it.
And it can be sent. It can even be sent. My thought is, you see, so Sage Camp, we did that project. not only were they super successful as a team this year, but then the money that they drew in from revenue, obviously being able to host X, Y, and Z. I don't think we have to pick one school or another, but obviously I really think we need to take a strong look at obviously Westmoreland and Beach with the dirt work being done. I know White House and Portland probably need to do something as well. But now that we've done one, I think it would be really good to look at doing one or two to get that. I don't know if you guys have seen the stats on youth running, but youth running as a culture, not just cross country, track, etc., is exponentially growing at a higher rate than like any other sport. Mainly just because you just go outside run. We saw that a lot at the parks, even when I was there. It's still continuing to grow. Also, it's a huge Title IX sport at the next level. So we're talking about for college. And I think you're going to continue to see flag football grow like it is for women. And that's great. I just think that we're a little bit behind with the running. And so track, I got the really cool Hendersonville. When we redid the track there, my dad was actually a part of that, getting that done for the Golden Girls because he actually trained them every morning. My sister was a Golden Girl. I know how quick they were able to not only, it is something that can't be done, resurface, you get it done. But then you saw the community use it more again. There's just a trickle-down effect. And so as we keep adding clubs to these elementary schools, all these schools have they have to be on the club team X, Y, and Z. Tracks would be something I would say I would like for us to explore.
So along those lines, good news from Station Camp.
Yeah.
Station Camp girls team won the state championship in track, and the boys were runners up.
Let's go. See, I mean, I'm not saying it's because, but like there is some tangible.
Your timing was perfect.
Hey, I'm just saying there's tangible, like they were given a proper track that was curated or was done right, so they were running on a high quality track that they were able to practice on and get better at. I can't look and not think that those things don't go hand in hand. One other thing that I'm pretty passionate about, if you guys don't, I know it's been a joke about me being a DJ, but something working in the live event space like I have for years, I care a lot about audio equipment, and I've probably been to 7 or 8 different, this is not speaking poorly about anybody doing anything, this is just reality. I've been to 7 or 8 different programs this year, and I can only think of one where the sound was good, or sounded right, where the mics were clear. And I know we're talking about gyms, but I disagree. I've having been a DJ and having to use speakers instead of mics in different capacities. I don't think our schools have the wrong equipment. I don't think some of it is right for what it is, especially when we're looking at some of these gyms that are / cafeterias, etc. So I would love to look at I would love to look at appropriating $110,000. Basically being $2,000 per school, that would go towards, it'd be an arts and entertainment capital project that we would allocate the funds so that, I know some schools have better speakers than others, but we would allow the schools to use that $2,000 to get proper speakers, microphones, mixing boards, or in a situation where they need lights I think. And it'd be installed and done right. I think there's a lot of this for middle school and high school that could be really cool from a CTE perspective, where our students can learn how to run a mixing board and learn audio engineering. But I just think that these parents come to these school programs, they want to be able to hear their kid on a microphone. And some of it is the kids not speaking into the microphone. But again, if we have the proper mics and the speakers are set up correctly, they can be taught how to do it. I think it has nothing to do with our music teachers. One of the ones I sat out, our music teacher, she's trying to make sure everybody's doing everything all at once. How can she be running a mixing board while also trying to maintain all the students on stage? And so I think that would be something, just looking at the funds that we could do, it would be a one-time thing, and I would love to see that done. So that's just an idea.
Well, and I think your point, Mr. Evans, that there's a couple things. Number one, if you're talking about the audio equipment, making sure you've got somebody that knows what they're doing looking at it. I think part of the problem, again, it's not a knock on any of the teachers, but a lot of times our theater teachers, administrators are purchasing the equipment, and they don't really have that knowledge. They're getting sold something that they think is going to work by somebody that's telling them it will, and maybe it doesn't work for that situation. So maybe having somebody on staff that can make sure with that knowledge, say, hey, this is what we would need to do to make this work. And the second piece, as you look at fine arts, and I mentioned this last week, you look at middle schools, like, they're renting equipment now and they're renting lights, and those are pretty expensive, but you've got more and more middle schools that are adding in the fine arts programs, not just theater, but musical theater, art, and some of these other course programs that are in need of that equipment. So again, just something long-term to be thinking
And I
about.
think that it's something, I think one of the things that Ms. Brown and I have talked about is when we meet with principals in the fall, in the summer, is to go back through, like, I think I said this last week, when I was a principal, we spent almost all of our instructional money on technology. We're now, with the iPads and the investments that we've made, we pulled that money off, and that there can be, because we're still giving the same instructional money, so there's possibility there for us to talk about. I think sometimes, like, we could do some work with principals to understand how they can use their instructional funds, because let me see if I can find it real quick.
While you're looking, can I ask this question? I know the trust, the Brown Trust, has to be used for technology. Would audio-visual equipment be considered technology?
We've we've been utilizing the Brown Trust with the Apple leases on the iPad, so because those are going directly. It was really for technology, goes to students, so that but to give you an indication, this would have been a large high school in 2020, 2021. They spent $115,000 on technology, where they were buying devices, mostly Chromebook cards and stuff. This past year, they spent $42,000 on technology. So we've shifted a substantial amount, which we had to do because post-COVID, we'd set the bar so high for what our student needs were that wasn't something a school could on their own. But the positive of it is that that's freed up that instructional money. And I think sometimes, Mr. Sheriff, to your point, like, I think that a lot of it is having the expertise at the school level to know what to get and how to get it, as much as it is. Because I remember I tried to buy sound equipment at White House one year, and it ended up in a 2-year battle between my band director and bookkeeper over who was right about what microphones were, and probably neither one knew exactly which right microphones to get. Yeah.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yeah, so, stuff like what can we propose or whatever commission, has there been any discussion, the biggest one that comes to me the most easiest thing would be with paving. We've got a county road department, we've got obvious paving needs. One of the, not only is Beach Elementary's parking lot bad, but the road that runs between, Beach Elementary, Beach High School, goes back to Hunter's, pretty bad. And I think that's a county road, right?
I'm not sure. I hope it is.
I'm 99% sure.
I'd really like to shift this one to Toby.
Well, I'm pretty certain that it is. It has a name, and I'm pretty sure that's a county road. Anyway.
Well, I'll find out.
But it would be not like, hey, if they could pave that road, pave that parking lot, just some stuff like that. That would be like, hey, why would we, from a taxpayer standpoint, it's taxpayer money going either way, which would make a heck of a lot more sense that we're paying you guys. Like, we might have to add a little bit more to your budget, whatever. But
we used to do that every summer. Like, they'd be set up in an area we'd catch the school parking lots then. But the problem was we were so far behind on paving. Mr. Ellis has had to pave the whole time just to try to get caught up. So he hasn't been able, but he's helped us in terms of, like, anytime we've had a paving need, he's come out to look and told us exactly how to do it so that we save money, because he's a huge resource for the county.
Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing, I think the board, we definitely need to allocate something to play. I mean, I just think we got to make sure that we put something on paper for that.
I think that's a both and. I think it's, you know, we gotta stay committed to it, and then if we're gonna try to hit the scale that
Like if
you
we
mentioned
hit it,
earlier.
if we, you know, if we go and get a bump, whatever, that's great. If we knock them all out, but, you know, I think we also have to have a, you know, backup plan and at least make
Yeah.
sure we allocate something.
And I think it'll be, as we get into some of the grant writing, as we learn that, probably gonna be interesting to see how much money we can generate there too.
And I'm gonna ask this question again, cause I ask it every year at budget time, and I asked it last week, but if we, you know, our whole online gambling, do we ever know, have we ever seen, you got any update on that?
I've looked every day, and I will continue to look. We get what they do with them, there's money taken out of every sports gambling detonated in Tennessee, and it goes into a fund for capital projects. But no one can seem to figure out what the formula is to get any of that money that Mr. Lancaster is contributing weekly. That's,
I mean, that's what we were, you know, we were sold on that, not we, but I mean, the state was, you know, was saying, hey, we're gonna go to capital for schools and stuff like that, and I'm like, hey.
yeah, and I've been in some conversations.
We've been donating losses, we need to be seeing our.
I've had some preliminary conversations, you know, we'll have a governor's primary in August, with a new governor elected in November. I've tried to lay some groundwork, and we're very thankful with the legislative delegation that we had here in Sumner County to say, like, you know, that run that we did with Innovative School Grant money, where that we got $1 million for each high school, $500 for each middle school, was a game changer for us. You know, if we could do that again, along those similar lines, you know, some type of capital or an innovation capital or something like that, where we could hit some of these needs on a grander scale, even if it's something that you have to apply for and prove that you're gonna align with the governor's, you know, goals. Like, I mean, Tennessee has gone really heavy in energy production, quantum computing, AI, building out a tech infrastructure that will support next generation jobs. And we're starting to see some of the benefits of that with Portland's newest addition. I mean, nuclear is coming, there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. You know, so I mean, like, if we applied for a grant with Vanderbilt for quantum computing and microelectronics. So if there can be money made available for those kind of things, it would be hugely beneficial to help us build out our infrastructure too. And as I mentioned last time, we will get greater clarity on Big Beautiful Bill money, which would go through a nonprofit, but it does open the door for, you know, it's just another one of these pieces we can put in our arsenal to try to get a couple $1 million here and there to help us offset revenue needs.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes, just refresh me on the architect that we want to hire. What would we be asking that architect to cover? Is it everything on the slide before? Not everything, it may not be
I think
everything.
we'd have to, I think this is where I wanted to throw this out. I think it'd be somewhere we want to prioritize, 'cause it's a little bit like what Mr. Harrison showed you with the special ed playground. You know, we didn't put the money in there to cover a master plan for all 53 schools, because that would be a couple $1 million most likely. But we can pick some of those, like, you know, Merrill Hyde. I don't think we would even start the process of designing a new Gallatin High School, because we need a piece of property, but we can say, like, what do we need to be looking for? How many acres of land, different stuff like that. Because, you know, like, when you do the design plans for a high school, it's $2 or $3 million to get that, $4 million to get that designed. You know, so yeah, I think we would want to pick a couple of those projects. You know, some of them, as I think some of our learning on the athletic facility projects, Ms. Brown can tell you, we've had conversations like, I think there's different ways to do those that we may not have to be as architect heavy as we've been in the past too. So, which will save money.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Got anything else, Dr. Lee?
I would ask, you know, we haven't done budget like this before where we split it. I think it was the right call. I don't know how y'all are. I'm so tired right now. I don't think I could have a serious budget conversation right now if we had to. because we're in kind of the back end of the school ending and everything. I would ask, it's really hard for our finance team to make on-the-fly calculations when we're having a budget conversation. If you have any ideas or things that you want us to research or share, if you could try to get those into us by, say, Wednesday or Thursday at lunch, if you get tomorrow or Thursday by lunch, that would be really helpful, because Monday's Memorial Day and then we'll be back. And I think we're all kind of, you know, we've been hitting it hard for a couple of weeks straight. Trevor's young, so he's got some gas in the tank for the rest of us.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yeah, on that point, I think, I understand we broke this out because, yeah, there's no way in hell we could have done everything we did tonight plus budget. But I also think, you know, going forward, if we can figure out a way to always have a special call for the budget, it would be beneficial, because then we don't have to worry about
all the other stuff.
Even I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to have people that would, you know, the open public speaking or public comments, but we don't need to have presentations, we don't need to have a consent agenda, we don't need to have anything, a superintendent report, we don't need to have anything but budget, you know, and that's, I think that would be very beneficial to us as a board, to give us ample time to have budget discussion.
Yeah, and Ms. Lancaster, one of the things that we talked about is, you know, is there a way to start that meeting maybe an hour earlier? In the past, we've done some things where we've done like a special, not a special call meeting, but a budget workshop, where you could start at 4 or 5, you know,
And
meet
since
early,
since we could have
do
some
quick
advanced
lunch,
planning
and then have
process,
some,
we can do
it's
that.
hard,
We
it's
can
harder to do that the week before, to say, hey, can everybody come in a little bit earlier? But we can look at when we actually build out the schedule for next year, because we'll have to get that out, I guess, the next meeting, because we're running up on the fly.
So
we
on
can
that
actually look
subject,
at
we'll
it.
be voting on that next meeting, so
there you go.
We'll take a look.
I think one of the things we want to think is the current commission has chosen, and this is just commissions, this is not a criticism, don't hear me, this is not a criticism at all. They have set, to give the maximum amount of time to get budget negotiations done, they have set the budget vote very late in June. You know, previous commission, we set it much earlier to make sure we didn't have to go on contingency in July. That's not a judgment at all, that's just a matter of choice. I don't know when we have a new commission coming in, when they will set those hearings. You know, we just left it on the third Monday like we always did. You know, we get really pinched because there's a lot of things we would love to give you sooner, but you know, we get in a regular legislative session, sometimes we don't get our final TISA number until almost the end of April. And it can change. You know, the weird thing is it's set up where the difference between the March TISA number and the April TISA number sometimes is substantial. And it's very frustrating for us to turn that around to y'all to be able to have the appropriate budget discussion. So I think it's pulling apart the things like, you know, what I heard last week is pulling apart the things we can talk about ahead of time, knowing that there are things, but I would always urge you to be careful, you know, when we talk about things like compensation or different things like that, because once we put it out there, that's what people expect to get. And it's hard to have, you know, you don't want to promise it and then we get, you know, our physical capacity hit has been 1.2, 1.4, 1.85. Is that going to level out and go down, or is it going to go up to 2.1? You know, it just, you know, you're shooting at the dark trying to figure that thing out.
So, talking about next month's meeting regarding the calendar for next year, I kind of played around and heard from other districts that do this, but more of an annualized agenda, so that certain topics we make sure we line up on certain meetings. And I would like to kind of got a draft that I would like to at least show the board, and we can vote on with, you know, I don't want to put the dates out there. I'm letting Jeremy do that because I don't.
No, I'd love that. We tried to do that the first year, and then we had a stadium collapse, and it kind of got solved.
But one thing, you know, like, as I said, which kind of goes with our board goals. I don't know if we're talking about that in June at all, but you know, one of mine was to have safety. Golly, yeah, I tell you, within 948, I don't know my name hardly, but you know, it's just so that we can label like, hey, in October we're going to talk about this. Obviously, there will be other things that come up. That's not the set agenda, but it would be certain items that we know that we've got to talk about at certain points and have those listed out. So, just a thought.
If you want to send that in, we can look at it, add some bullet points, maybe just, you know, maybe it's not totally defined, but hey, you know, certain meetings at certain months, you know, we know we're going to talk about certain things, but then we can talk about from a budget standpoint how we want to set that up for next year. Anybody else? All right, then I think we have finished that. So now, study session. Do we have a study? I don't think we have a study session in June, do we?
Currently do not have a
Do
study
not
session.
have a study
scheduled.
session in June currently.
But
So
just as a reminder to everybody, we'll be back here next week to talk about the budget.
all right, then we'll move on to board comments. Mr. Lacy. Ms. Stewart.
Okay, I just want to say graduations. First year I've attended. I tried to keep up with you, but I just didn't make it. So, shout out to Westmoreland High School. Mr. Duffer did a fantastic job. I felt like royalty while we were there. He did way above and beyond, but I was impressed by the presentation because all the pictures of the kids, the number of scholarships that he personally called out, where they were going and what they were doing and what schools and all of that. I just enjoyed them this year. Liberty Creek, first graduation class, I got to attend that. It was good, and I don't feel like I'm worthy of sitting on a stage or the field with these kids. The teachers need to be there, but I do appreciate it, and I did feel special. Thank you.
Ms. Brittany.
Okay, I gotta start with the most important thing. Happy birthday to the coolest 8th grader in Sumner County. I love you. And then I wanted to say congratulations to Dr. Langford. You got a really cool national finalist for Leadership Excellence, and getting to see you over the last 2 years in the position that you're in, you are the epitome of a servant leader. There is no job that you're unwilling to do. There is no support you're unwilling to give your team, and I am grateful to get to call you my employee because you really do embody everything we want our students to become. So congratulations on that, well deserved.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our graduates. I have met so many cool people doing really cool things in their next step, their next plan, their next career. For those of you that have figured it out, like, I cannot wait to see how you accomplish what you figured out. And for those of you who haven't figured it out, some of us take a little bit longer and we still do really incredible things. So I'm excited to see what this class of graduates is going to accomplish next. And I am commiserating with all of our parents who have a transition this year, whether that is your baby going to kindergarten or your oldest starting high school or your last child out of elementary. Those transitions are just as hard for us as they are for the kids, but I just want to give you a moment to say we see you and we're grateful that you let us walk side by side with you through those transitions. And for the rest of the school and parents and teachers, have a great summer.
Mr. Halls. Mr. King.
Yeah, just thank you for scheduling another meeting. My daughter graduated, and that was all I was really thinking about for the last several days, and so I appreciate you all doing that. And Beach's graduation was really cool. I haven't attended that before. It was the first time, and everybody says, the kids are in another building, and then they bring them in. Why can't we do it on the football field? But actually, it was really well done, and I thought it was a really, really great night. So, but I did get to attend Westmoreland's graduation as well, and it's always just exciting to see all the kids finish strong and to be able to honor them. And so I just want to say congratulations to all of our graduates. Thank you.
Mr. Evans?
Again, thanks for everybody being cool about me being a little late this morning or late this evening. Yeah, I mean, I jokingly shared this on my social media today, but you know, me finishing pre-K, starting kindergarten in the fall. I mean, obviously, like I'm super excited about that because just those things. But man, it hit me like a ton of bricks the last like 3 days. It's just like we were making pizza last night. I started crying just because I'm like, she's not gonna want to eat pizza with me anymore. You know, like, and I know some of you have teenage daughters, and I'll probably call on you in a couple of years. I know, but it's just part of reality, and I get it. But obviously, speaking to so many families over the last couple of days, like, just very empathetic of what's going on with them, and I think sometimes we take it for granted. I know I got to go to college, and I have a wife, and I have like that, you know, the traditional family look. But hearing about so many situations that are happening in just my district, that, you know, and I know this vote, I get it, but just hearing about so many situations about that are even going on in my backyard, like, it was very eye-opening. So I appreciate everybody's the conversation tonight. I think it was very well done. I commend us. Nobody got heated. I think it's tough to hear some of those things, but you know, when it comes time where maybe we might have to talk about one of your districts, I hope that you take a similar approach, and that your families feel heard. I hope that the families in District 4 feel like that I represented them tonight. I tried as hard as I could to answer every question, every comment. So yeah, I know it's tough. I already messaged my wife and told her that I need to be at Beach Elementary tomorrow. I think that's important. So I plan on being at Beach Elementary tomorrow. Hopefully meet some of those families. Yeah, again, thank you. I do think something for a study session. There's just one thing that was super confusing for a lot of parents. I know we use terms like Board of Education, school board, like the term for central office. That was very confusing to a lot of parents. Like there was a lot of misunderstanding of, and when we talk about something like a rezone, it's really tough, I get it. But we had a lot of families that reached out that thought we sat around and made this decision. Like they were dead set on, y'all did this, y'all planned this. And I don't want to sit there and point fingers back at y'all. That's not fair either. But in this situation, it kind of felt like we had to a little bit because, you know, we don't have that information and knowledge to make. We don't do that. And I think that's something maybe we can do a little better. It'd probably be good for a study session about, like, you know, executive and judicial. We're kind of two different branches almost here. I think that we could do a good job of educating our families and the community where some of those responsibilities lie. So that's just something I took away from this experience.
Ms. Lancaster?
Yeah, a couple things. One, it don't get any better. Any of it really, but
There's nothing like some late night encouragement.
you know, I left today. You know, one thing, Beach Elementary is a close knit family, and I hope that the people that move into there or rezone from there realize how close knit it can be. And Hunter's the same way, but we had the same first grade teacher for all three of my kids, and so we are, you know, Miss Johnson was my daughter, my oldest, who will be a junior next year, was her first grade teacher, and today I'm sitting there on the porch with my youngest on the patio of the school because they have popsicles with parents for the last day, but and I'm like, you know, we're getting that last picture with Miss Johnson, and like when you say, like, hey, it goes by quick, it does go by quick. So that is my comment to you. That's why I say it goes by fast. But for teachers, we got a lot of teachers retiring every year at this time, and I obviously don't know all of them, but if you are retiring, it is a service of love and a special calling to be a teacher, and I truly believe that no matter what level you teach. Dr. Langford and I went and shook hands with Ms. Howell, who is retiring from Beach Elementary. Mary after 39 years. And just, if you just pause for a moment and think of the number of people, not just, when I say people, it's not just the first grade kids that she's taught, it's the families that she's, because just like we are with Miss Johnson, there's families that have had Miss Howell the whole way through. There's parents and aunts and uncles that had Miss Howell, and now their kids and nieces and nephews have had Miss Howell the whole way through. In 39 years, it's just an incredibly long career to teach school and to give of your, to be not only willing to do it, but Miss Howell was just as passionate about teaching in year 39 as she was probably in year 1. And that is a commitment to her. But there's tons of Miss Howells in Sumner County, and a lot of them that are retiring. Just thank you for doing what you do. And the other thing is, always love our annual video, or it seems like it's been annual now, of the students going into the military. So those are the two things. The class of 2026 has been graduating, obviously congratulations, but those that are going on to serve our country is deserving of a little bit of special recognition as well. So thanks.
Ms. Tucker?
I want to give a big shout out to Hendersonville High School and thank them for inviting me and Ms. Hayes to be at graduation Friday night, and it was so special getting to sit there on the field with all the graduates, being alumni of Hendersonville, and then one of my boys went to Hendersonville, and so it was just special getting to be there and seeing the kids up close as they come across the stage, and so I really love doing that, and so I appreciate that. A huge shout out, found out tonight that the athletic trainer at Hendersonville High School won a state award, so shout out to Paul Good for his athletic trainer of the year for the state. So proud of him. He was so special taking care of Daniel when he was playing baseball and all, so thankful for that. And yeah, he did. I mean, he's just amazing, so we're so lucky to have him. So it was a good graduation and a good way to top off the school year.
Reminder, special call meeting next Tuesday to focus on the budget. Shout out to the other greatest 8th grader birthday boy in Sumner County, or the world, for this Sunday. But the other thing I want to do is as we kind of think back, as we're hitting the graduation season, we've talked a lot about that, is, I was thinking back over the last year with this board, and thinking about the people that we've recognized during all of our meetings. Tonight we had a heavy focus on athletics. We had a lot of incredible athletes in our school system. Previous meetings, we've looked at academics, we've looked at fine arts, we've had the opportunity to hear from a lot of our musical performers, all the way from elementary school up through the high school, singing for us to open some of these meetings. And it's just amazing the quality of students that we have and what they've been able to accomplish over the past year and year over year over year. We keep getting more and more accolades, students performing at higher and higher levels, and that's just a compliment to everybody from Dr. Langford down, staff, teachers, assistants, all the way down on, I made a post a while back, but I saw a number of other parents post about some of the custodians in the schools and the difference they made for their children. It's not just one person that makes a difference in these students' lives. It's everybody pulling together and in the same direction, and we see that every month when we get to recognize students and what they accomplish. So as we kind of wrap up the year, and I know our teachers and our staffs kind of take a breath as they get ready for the next year, I just want to look back and congratulate our staff and our teachers and our administration, everybody who's had an impact on the student lives. And there's a lot of people that don't even know the impact that they've had on the students' lives. But if you're in a school and you see our kids, if you're driving a bus, if you're cleaning floors, you make a difference. And
and I thank you for that. So with that, we are adjourned. See you next week.